dance, we go the dance. Tinubu 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 dance, Tinubu dance, give me the dance. Tinubu dance, give me the dance. Tinubu dance, give me the dance. Tinubu dance, oh yeah Baba dance, oh yeah Baba dance. Say, oh yeah Baba dance. Hey, oh yeah Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance, we go the dance. Tinubu dance, we go the dance. Tinubu dance, we go the dance. Tinubu dance, voila.
Bikin zama shakallo.
Peace, Olure, meeting number for the lady.
Sai Tinubu,
For the lady, young kasa cikar sarki.
sai Tinubu,
Na jirgin ce kan kasar mu yayi lodi.
sai Tinubu,
Sheshen da ta ci kwal uban yadi.
sai Tinubu,
Kankara mai can uwar uban rodi.
sai Tinubu,
Ga wani sako da gabbala wurji.
sai Tinubu,
Dan wakar shi ya so ta dau saiti.
sai Tinubu,
Kudin wakar ya biya a dimminti.
sai Tinubu,
Bauchi kira ɗai suke taho wunji.
sai Tinubu,
Mu sai bola Tinubu sai wunji.
sai Tinubu, Olure mi Tinubu, kuma an sami Tinubu,
Kifi kifi.
Tinubu, mama re mi Tinubu,
Mata 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 mata.
ai dama,
Mata 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 mata.
ai hauni,
Ku tattaba.
za mu gaida taslage mata,
Dan taka.
za mu gaida taslage mata,
Ku dan juya.
za mu gaida taslage mata,
Ya bakwai ya tela na budar dinki.
mata,
Nan mota sai ya bani mamaki.
mata,
Direbobi dole sai da kutuki.
mata,
Sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki.
mata,
Ashe morewar kudi a kai banki.
mata,
Idan za ka aje ruwa ka sai tanki.
mata,
Ashe kuna za ta so a kai taki.
mata,
Kuna ku daban ne.
ashe na ku da
Mata da kuna ke ku gane.
da ku nake ku
Kuna
gane,
ku kullum zabari ne.
na ku kullum zabari ne,
Sai da ku kwanto ni titunan bukwanto ni titunan
kwanto ni Tinubu, kwanto ni Tinubu,
Wai sai kwanto ni titunan bukwanto ni titunan
kwanto ni Tinubu, kwanto ni Tinubu,
Wai labiyo tunan wai labiyo tunan
kwanto ni Tinubu, kwanto ni Tinubu,
Wai thank you tunan wai thank you tunan
kwanto ni Tinubu, kwanto ni Tinubu,
Awadu be tunan awadu be tunan
kwanto ni Tinubu, kwanto ni Tinubu,
Ita so ajo tunan ita so ajo tunan
kwanto ni Tinubu, kwanto ni Tinubu.
Kwanto ni tibol
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now.
Okay.
going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody can pay up. If anybody follow move, my brother. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mogo, I be the master. Oh, man, I go drop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. We the move, I be the master. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mogo, I be the master. Fire.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So we've not been out for a couple of days for reasons of business. Did you know I was at the airport? I was dropping my mom off. Some of you may know she was on a visit. I was dropping my mom off. You know, and you know the funniest thing. Pardon me. You know the funniest thing. My mom comes every year, and she's been coming here every year for decades. And I pick her up and I drop her off. Now, anybody that knows how the system works in the UK, Terminal 4 is usually where the British Airways flights go, but every other flight seems to go to Terminal 3. But yesterday, for whatever strange reason, I was stuck in some sort of funk, and I was looping around Terminal 4 trying to find my way to Terminal 3. And the distance, I live in Kent, in Dartford in Kent, and the airport is in Heathrow. It's about good 50 minutes, 1 hour drive from where I live. So it took me nearly as long to drive to Heathrow than it took me that it took me to get to the terminal that I was intending. Anyway, I was stuck in some sort of a funk yesterday. I felt quite silly actually, but then these things happen. A momentary brain fade, a lapse in reasoning, I suspect. But all that, okay. There are more and more functions coming on this StreamYard. It's just every other day there's yet another new button to press that does something new and funky. Anyway, good day to you. Good to be in your company of that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or you are laughing man. One man went to mow. One man went to mow. The eagle lands again. So the eagle has landed. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I invite you to do so. So click on. Oh, let me make sure we're live on here as well. So click on the like button. So click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. The numbers are not anywhere near impressive, but then of course that's just the nature of it. It's the sort of diet that we dish out here. Is what we have on the menu here that some of stymies that it's the sort of menu that we dish out here, the sort of diet that we dish out here that somewhat stymies the subscription number. So I understand that. I'm hip to what is going on, but it doesn't really change anything. The tone and texture of the platform is never really going to vary significantly. In fact, it's going to be more hard hitting as we build up towards the elections. The language will be harsher, the punches will be heavier, the aggression will be unforgiving, and it will be relentless. It will be relentless. You know, what is this thing that I say all the time? The nail that sticks out will be hammered down. In the build up to the 2027, no quarters asked for, none given. You know, the blade is what's that phrase again? The blade is sharp and the cut will be swift. Yes, that is the phrase. The blade is sharp and the cut will be swift. No prisoners taken in the build up to 2027. So it will be brutal, it will be brutish, it will be unforgiving, and it will be never ending. Some people will cry as we build up to 20. I didn't even mean to start off in this particular tangent, but there it is. It's going to be relentless because, of course, you know, these people now, they're not showing any signs of baiting, even though they are seeing the impact of governance. So we're now clear what their agenda is. So we go and meet them at that particular playing field, you know, because that's where the game is going to be played out. You know, we go and meet them at their playing field and play it out there. But the victory always, you know, the victory always goes to, or you are laughing. Yeah, everybody knows that. If you know anything about history, the victory always goes to, or you are laughing. So the victory always goes to, or you are laughing. Good day to you. Good to be in your company of that. Have I done all that? You know, if I take a couple of days off, then I'm somewhat it's like a stuttering start if I take, it's almost like I'm doing it for the first time ever. Um, the protocol does remain the same. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the links just as widely as you can. You see that arrow sign on the YouTube thing. If you click on it, it will take you, it will open up a pop-up menu that will give you all of your social media spaces. So click on that link, share the, click on that arrow and share the links to all of your social media spaces. Let me actually show you. Some of you may not be literate enough to know how these things work. Let me actually show you. So this is what I mean. Do you see this arrow here? It says share, so that might well be the clue. So if you click on this, am I showing in the, yes. So if you click on that, let me close it again. So if you click on this arrow here, you see it then brings up this pop-up menu. And on this pop-up menu, you have your social media spaces. So that's the WhatsApp sign right there. That's the X sign right there. That's the Facebook space right there, etc., etc. Wherever it is that you mooch around on social media, it will be listed on that menu. So you do that, and then you click on whichever your choice is, and then it will pop it up, and then you just send the link. It's just as simple as that. So share the link just as widely as you can, and of course, super chat to us to stream. So all those nice and funky things, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen, super chat to us to stream. All of those things that I always say at the beginning of the session. And of course, say hello in the comment section as well, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. Agbado Tinubu right there telling us that he's joining us from Toronto. Top Thoughts says greeting from here, one man. Greeting to you as well, Top Thoughts. So say hello in the comment section, as I said, and so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So all that. So all that. Shall we just get started? There's not an abundance, by the way. So if you and that's Ufoma Michael right there. So good to see you, my man. So the regulars are assembled, which is always reassuring. Even more new faces will be delighting. It will be delightful. So it's reassuring to see the regulars assembled, but new faces and new voices will be an additional chair. Let's just get started. And we start it off with this one. So this should have been the headline actually, because this is a more punchy headline than the one I headlined with. But there it is right there. It's as close as you get to an endorsement by the is it the Emir of Kano? It's not the Sultan, is it? The Emir of Kano. Petrol subsidy removal rescued Nigeria from bankruptcy. And if there are very few people that have the authority to say this certainly a man that does have the authority to say it. The Emir of Kano, Muhammad. You have to get, Mohammed is different from Muhammadu, and is different from Muhammad. So Muhammad is how the Sultan's name inflects. So that's his own inflection. So we go with that. Petrol subsidy removal rescued Nigeria from bankruptcy. Emir of Kano Muhammad Sanusi. Petrol subsidy removal rescued Nigeria from bankruptcy. Emir of Kano Sanusi. Muhammad Sanusi II, Emir of Kano and former Central Bank of Nigeria CBN governor, says scrapping petrol subsidy saved Nigeria from imminent bankruptcy. So that's an and this comes very quickly off the heels of that endorsement that we had from Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as well. So we had the endorsement from Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to tell us then that the trajectory of the country as it's been steered by Tinubu is on the right track. It's saying the government is doing the right thing, and she even went as far as to say we have to give the president a pat on the back for that. If you want me to go and bring it, I can bring it, but your head has said. So she said that. So that's an endorsement right there by one of the top financiers, one of the top 5 financiers in the world. And then one of our preeminent financiers in Nigeria, Emir Sanusi, he echoes that endorsement as well. and Charles Soludo has always been endorsing as well. So the spaces that actually know, they are telling us that, look, what this guy is doing is exactly the right thing to do. But then Peter Obi, of course, he knows better than all of them combined. Uh, petrol subsidy removal rescued Nigeria from bankruptcy. Emir of Kano Sanusi, Mohammed Sanusi II, Emir of Kano, and former Central Bank of Nigeria CBN governor, says scrapping petrol subsidy saved Nigeria from imminent bankruptcy. Speaking at the second edition of the Kano International Poetry Festival on Saturday, Sanusi describes the subsidy system as wasteful and unsustainable, noting that it drains government finances through all price fluctuations, exchange rate pressures, transport costs, and refining expenses. So that is what he had to say. Subsidy meant if petrol was 100 Nigeria. Subsidy meant if petrol was 100 naira, Nigerians paid 70 naira and government covered 30, he explained. But government went further, fixing it at 65 naira per liter, regardless of global oil prices. Who paid the difference? Government. And that was always going to bankrupt Nigeria. He faulted past governments for neglecting local refineries whilst spending billions on subsidy that enriched foreign refineries and cost Nigerians jobs. According to him, those funds should have been invested in production rather than consumption. The emir recalled warning a CBN governor in 2012 that the policy was like a man running towards a ditch. He said Nigeria eventually began borrowing to pay subsidies and later to service debts, making the arrangement unsustainable. Sanusi stressed that subsidy removal should be seen not just as an economic reform, but also as a chance to rebuild a more sustainable and self-reliant nation. And that is it right there. So the eloquence then to describe then it's just you don't even need a brain to know that the subsidy regime it could not sustain any longer. It had to end, and it's ended now. So that's just the thing. And a lot of people make the counter argument that yes, when Goodluck Jonathan wanted to end the fuel subsidy, Tinubu was against him, all of that, and he bullied him into not doing it. Well, a lot of people are bullying Tinubu now, but he's sticking with it. So that shows you then because the decision then was Goodluck Jonathan's to make. Tinubu can criticize it and rubbish it and do opposition politics, but Goodluck Jonathan was the decision maker then, and he didn't have the testicular fortitude, which is to say he didn't have the balls to make those decisions. But Tinubu clearly has the testicular fortitude. He made the decision and is sticking with it, come hell or high water, or whatever that phrase is. So that's just it. And all of the finance, Bismarck Rewani, he endorses it. Rotus on Rice TV, he endorses it. Everybody that knows how an economy works and knows how finances work and know what this thing was doing to the Nigerian state, they all endorse it. But Peter Obi, I am a trader. He tells you it's a rubbish idea. He says he would have done it in a more organized manner, whatever that means. So we go on from that to the next. Only Senate can decide Natasha's fate. National Assembly clerk. So it looks as though then, just off the back of that headline, it looks as though Natasha may have attempted to storm the Senate. You know, this crazy woman and her excesses. So now, only Senate can decide Natasha's fate. This is the National Assembly clerk. The office of the clerk of the National Assembly has distanced itself from reports suggesting it has the power to determine whether suspended Kogi Central lawmaker Senator Natasha Akpotiuduaghan can resume legislative duties. In a statement issued on Monday in Abuja, the Director of Information, Mullah B. Allah, is this even a Nigerian name? It's unbelievable. You expect this one to come from Lake Chad or something, from some God forsaken desert. Mullah, that's Mullah. That's his first name, and then Biala. So Biala then is a hyphenated name. It's BI hyphen and then ALLAH, and that purports to be a Nigerian name. Can you imagine that? It even works in the Senate. Um, in a statement issued on Monday in Abuja, the Director of Information, Mullah Biala, who spoke on behalf of the clerk's office, clarified that it merely functions as an administrative arm of the legislature and cannot review or overturn resolutions of the Senate. So dumb at the obedience space that they're now attacking the clerk that issued the notice to say that Natasha could not attend the Senate. It is not the authority. It is not acting on its authority. It's acting on instructions. So they say, okay, write her a letter and tell her she can come in. So you are the guy in the office. You make a decision. You ask your secretary to write the letter and go and give it to whoever it applies to. And then the person that it applies to is now attacking your secretary for that decision. What has it got to do with the secretary? Do you understand? It's such a basic thing. But these raw meat eaters, they have no concept of anything. Everything is just to get their fangs out and start to slash at everybody. The office of the clerk to the National Assembly has distanced itself from reports suggesting it has the power to determine whether suspended Kogi Central lawmaker Senator Natasha Akpotiuduaghan can resume legislative duties. In a statement issued on Monday in Abuja, the Director of Information, Mullah Biala, who spoke on behalf of the clerk's office, clarified that it merely functions as an administrative arm of the legislature and cannot review or overturn resolutions of the Senate. The clerk does not possess the authority to review, reverse, or interpret Senate decisions, the statement reads. Akpotiuduaghan, a first-time senator on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, was suspended by the Senate on March the 6th, 2025, following a resolution that barred her from parliamentary activities for 6 months. Although the suspension was challenged in court, the Federal High Court did not invalidate the decision, and the matter is still pending at the appeal court. On September the 4th, the lawmaker wrote to the clerk of the National Assembly notifying the office of her intention to resume. However, the clerk noted that such communication should ordinarily be addressed to the Senate President in line with parliamentary protocol. So this is just the level of when they say this woman has no concept of anything. So she stands up in plenary shouting like a market woman, and now she feels that her suspension is over, and she's then writing to the clerk. Was it the clerk that suspended you? You write to the space that suspended you to notify them that the suspension is now over by your calculation and you intend to resume. And then you either await their communication or you even go and resume based on your calculations that your suspension has ended. But you don't write to the clerk. Oga suspends you from the office for 2 months, and then that 2 months is over, and then you then write to the secretary of Oga and say you are coming back to the office. Was it the secretary of Oga that suspended? It's just this is the lack of, they have no concept of how things are done. This is just where the difficulty is, especially that woman. She thinks it's just to go there and do fine girl. That's just the whole of our concept of being in parliament is just another arena for her to act out and play out and say, look at me, am I not pretty? It's not look at me, am I not pretty now? It's not a beauty pageant Yes. However, the clerk noted that such communication should ordinarily be addressed to the Senate President in line with parliamentary protocol. The statement partly reads, "This office conveyed the same to the Senate leadership, who noted that the matter remains before the Court of Appeals sub judice and that any change in status must either come from a fresh Senate resolution or a definitive court order." This communication was what the clerk to the National Assembly conveyed in the letter, no more, no less. The clerk is therefore not in a position to facilitate her resumption at any time. B. Allah also expressed dismay over a petition it received from Akpoti Iduaga's legal representative accusing it of overreach and threatening disciplinary action. It's just nonsense, isn't it? Now they are threatening the secretary. On what is the basis of that threat? The Senate directs them to issue a letter to Natasha. They follow that direction, and Natasha is threatening them. Can you imagine that? Responding, he stressed, it must be emphasized that the determination of whether Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan can resume her legislative duties as of right without any further or fresh resolution of the Senate following the expiration of her 6-month suspension lies solely with the Senate and not with the office of the clerk to the National Assembly, reaffirming its neutrality. What is it even? It's just an employee, so what neutrality even comes into play? Reaffirming its neutrality, the statement added that the clerk remains guided by the principles of constitutionalism, institutional respect, and the rule of law, and urged the public to allow both the Senate and the court to resolve the matter. It's quite unbelievable what this funky Ukrainian woman gets up to in that country. So the funky Ukrainian woman, from that to this, do I want to go into this one? All right. Let me actually leave this one. This one is a narrative. I'll be bringing this one separately, maybe tomorrow or thereabout. I will be bringing you this one. This is the narrative of how Jerry Husseini stole money, used that money to buy property somewhere in North London, and then he then gifted that property to Ozokome, the SAM Mike Ozokome. He then gifted. It's just a convoluted story of intrigue and corruption. Do I want to bring this now? Maybe I don't. Let me just move on to the next one. Articles Camp reveals. Where's my main headline one actually? Hold. What's going on here? Hold on. What's going on here? And by the way, the link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to come in. We're probably just 2 readouts left. Let me just see. I'm missing one of my articles. All right, let me get from here. All right. So yes, let's go on to this one. Justin, Articles Camp reveals move as Tinubu seeks successor for INEC chairman Yakubu. So yes. All right. I think they are angling for it to be retained in the north. The camp of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has raised concerns over alleged plans by President Bola Tinubu to influence the choice of a successor to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. So I'm not quite sure that the word influence is the word, because I think it's actually a federal appointment, which is essentially to tell you that it's a Tinubu choice. So Tinubu will get to decide who becomes that, who occupies that space to succeed Mahmoud Yakubu. So I'm not quite sure what they're saying is influencing is his position to appoint to uh, it is part of it falls within the remit of the presidency to appoint the next INEC chairman. So I'm not quite sure why the word influence comes in. The camp of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has raised concerns over alleged plans by President Bola Tinubu to influence the choice of a successor to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Atiku Special Assistant on Broadcast Media, Abdulrashid Shehu, in a post on X, alleged that the ruling All Progressive Congress APC was laying the groundwork for Tinubu to appoint someone from the Southwest as the next head of the electoral body. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how many Southwesterners, or even if we've ever had a Southwesterner ever hold that post. Let's take it from the top again. Actually, the camp of former Vice President, the camp of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has raised concerns over alleged plans by President Bola Tinubu to influence the choice of a successor to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. Atiku's special assistant on broadcast media, Abdulrashid Shehu, in a post on X, alleged that the ruling All Progressive Congress APC was laying the groundwork for Tinubu to appoint someone from the Southwest as the next head of the electoral body. Shehu wrote, the APC has shared this information with Nigeria to set the stage for our expectations. They are suggesting that the Southwest has not yet chaired INEC. So yes, I did say that, and I hadn't even read that. So the South Yoruba Lokon, in terms of our INEC chairman, Yoruba Lokon, Shehu wrote, the APC has shared this information with Nigeria to set the stage for our expectations. They are suggesting that the Southwest has not yet chaired INEC. This way, when Tinubu selects someone from his region to lead INEC and succeed the unfortunate Mahmoud Yakubu, whose term is ending soon, it won't come as a surprise. Dear Tinubu, please appoint your cousin as the chairman. Nigerians are waiting for you at the polls. His statement was accompanied by an infographic highlighting the geopolitical distribution of past INEC chairmen. According to the breakdown, 7 have come from the South-South, 3 from the Southeast, 1 from the Northeast, and 1 from the Northwest. So, is the Southwest not part of Nigeria, is the question. Professor Yakubu, appointed 2015, has presided over 2 general elections in 2019 and 2023, as well as several off-cycle governorship elections in states, including Edo, Ondo, Anambra, Ekiti, Osun, Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa. He is expected to leave office in November after completing his second term, paving the way for a new chairman to oversee the 2027 general election. So here is now a breakdown of INEC chairman from, I think this is from independence actually till date. So the first INEC chairman that we've had in the first one ever in the history of that country is Eyo Ita Isua. Eyo Ita Isua. He's 1964 to 1966. He's from the South. And then we had Michael Ani, 1976 to 1977. No, not 77, but 79. So we had Michael Ani, chairman, 1976 to 1979. He's from the South. And then the infamous Victor Ovie Whiskey, South again, 1980 to 1983. And then we had Emi Awa. He's from the Southeast. So that was 1987 to 1989. So the one that truncated the Abiola election, nobody can forget him, Humphrey Nwosu. He's from the southeast, 1989 to 1993. And then we had Okon Edet Uya. He's from the south south. He was 1993 from June to November. And then we had Summer Karibi Da Gogo Jack. He's from 1994 to 1998. You would think it's an Abokio, but it's actually from the south south. And then we had Omorose Omorose Ibekun. So you think the name Ibekun Apata, you think that was a Yoruba name, but he's from the south south. And then we had Ebel Ibude Geobadia. He's from the south south. And then we had Maurice Iwu. He's from the southeast. Atihiru Jega, of course, who saw Goodluck Jonathan out of office 2010 to 15. He's from the northwest, and the present incumbent who ushered Tinubu into power, Mohammed Yakubu. So he's from the or Mahmoud rather Yakubu. He's from the northeast. So you have to make the decision if the Yorubas are part of the country or not. From independence till date, we've never had one single Yoruba man be INEC chairman. So it will not be unreasonable to suggest and to insist that Yoruba Lokon. So Yoruba Lokon. So Yoruba Lokon in that sense. I'm just reading what somebody wrote here. It says, Sanusi is former emir of Kano. The authentic emir of Kano is Emir Aminu Adobayero. I think that matter is still in court. So we're going from that. Let me send the link again, actually. If anybody wants to come in. This will be the last readout then, and then we get into the clip. So if anybody wants to come in, if you want the conversation, then just come in. Details emerge on Tinubu's likely 2027 running mate as decision on Shettima is confirmed. President Bola Tinubu is expected to retain Vice President Kashim Shettima as his running mate for the 2027 presidential election, despite recent speculation about potential changes to the joint ticket. According to reliable Villa sources, contrary to rumors, the president never entertained decisions about replacing his deputy. The president will run with Shettima. You can file that away. Stop worrying about the rumor. He will. Correspondence quoted a source described as a trusted figure in government circles are saying. The insider added that the All Progressive Congress APC remained on course for victory in 2027. We, the APC, are winning the next election. That's all I know, wallahi. Our correspondents recall that there were widespread speculations that Tinubu might consider dropping Shettima to secure a stronger base in the northwest, which holds the largest voting strength in northern Nigeria. This narrative generated unease among Shettima supporters in the northeast, who viewed such moves as an attempt to sideline the vice president. Tension heightened in June 2025 when APC stakeholders in the northeast failed to mention Shettima whilst endorsing Tinubu for a second term. But Shettima is from the northeast now, is he not? So I'm not quite sure. He is from the northeast, so why would they not mention him? Tensions heightened in June 2025 when APC stakeholders in the northeast failed to mention Shettima while endorsing Tinubu for a second term at a zonal meeting in Gombe State. The omission sparked outrage, forcing APC National Vice Chairman for the region, Mustafa Saliu, to be escorted out of the venue with heavy security after delegates hurled insults and objects at him. The situation worsened after a former APC national chairman Abdullahi Ganduje also endorsed Tinubu without directly acknowledging Shettima in his speech. To this, delegates said, "No Shettima, no APC in the Northeast." Ganduje later attempted to calm the crowd by noting that the presidency was a joint ticket, but the clarification failed to assuage the delegates. The situation was only calmed when Deputy National Chairman endorsed both Tinubu and Shettima. Governors of Yobe, Borno, and Gombe, Mia Malabuni, Babagana Zulum, and Mohamedou Yahaya also threw their weight behind Tinubu Shettima ticket, stressing that the region remained united in support of the duo. It is interesting to note that following the incident, Shettima was caught on video refusing to shake Ganduje's hand at a public event in Akwa Ibom State. Ganduje later resigned as the APC chairman. Meanwhile, during Shettima's recent birthday, Tinubu eulogized his deputy, declaring that he did not make a mistake in his choice of the vice president. The Tinubu Shettima ticket defeated opposition candidates in 2023, including Atiku Abubakar of the PDP, Peter Obi of the Labour Party. So, I'm not quite sure that that is the best thing for Tinubu, but he knows best. So, but for me, he should jettison Shettima and go with Kwakwanso. That's the most pragmatic thing to do. Jettison Shettima and go with Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso carries more votes than Shettima, so there's no room for niceties in the politics that is coming in 2027. Just throw Shettima in the bin and go with Kwakwanso. So throw Shettima in the bin and go with Kwakwanso. So that's the end of the readouts. I'll play you the clips that we have. If anybody wants the conversation, come in. If not, then we'll just end it after the clips. So we go on to the clips and we pick it up from. Do we want to do a little bit of Charlie Kirk? Should we do a little bit of Charlie Kirk? Let's do a little bit of Charlie Kirk. So let's do the. I've got about 3 clips on Charlie Kirk here. So I'll play you about 2. So let's do a bit of Charlie Kirk.
Comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. Were these blacks trying to go rob her? Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. Black crime is a major issue in our country. Why are you pushing criminal justice reform exactly? Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Now, the southern border is, of course, the great replacement. They're trying to replace us demographically. They're trying to make the country less white. It is an anti-white agenda. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Taylor Swift is now engaged to Travis Kelce. This is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge.
America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years and we dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever.
Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. In Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Can we get that picture up, Ryan, of that Marvel's Avenger team? Now, I don't know who the person is on the left. Is the person on the left that came and did the interview with Joe? The TikTok? Your government is being run by freaks. It's like immediately I have like a flashback to a country where weren't able to do Bud Light commercials. What does being trans even mean? Is that even a real thing? It means you need therapy. We must ban trans-affirming care the entire country. I do think that there is a direct correlation between someone's testosterone and their politics. Young men The lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was going to give birth and she would, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil, but what happened? Something changed.
I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends, the administration.
So those were some of the lovely words of Charlie Kirk, and so you then wonder then why what happened to him happened. So those were his lovely flowery words, preaching peace and love to everyone. So that was those were so if people whoever wondered about that guy, that's just a montage that just tells you exactly who he is. So here is now the aftermath. So we'll take we take this response to what happens to him coming from a British voice. So this is the British take on the Charlie Kirk situation.
Racists and white supremacists are out in full force running a campaign of hate to get people fired from jobs, students expelled from universities because they accuse them of celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. These so-called bastions of freedom of speech, advocates of freedom of expression, are applying a standard to everyone else that they never once applied to Charlie Kirk when he made racist, offensive, insensitive, xenophobic, anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, transphobic, homophobic, bigoted statements. But what do you expect from white supremacists but a fuckery of hypocrisy, a caucasity of double standards, and the intellectual dishonesty of the morally bankrupt? Case in point is George Abercrombie, a student at Oxford University and the president-elect at the Oxford Union Debate Club. He recently debated Charlie Kirk. And when he heard Charlie Kirk was shot, he put out a WhatsApp message. Imagine it as breaking news. Charlie Kirk shot. Let effing go. Now, was that insensitive in light of Charlie being shot? Of course. But it's no more offensive than Charlie Kirk calling George Floyd a scumbag when he was murdered and denying that he was murdered. Was George's comment, offensive to some people? Naturally. But you know what's even more offensive than that? Charlie Kirk manufacturing consent for the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians every single day. Now, was George's comment hate speech? No. Was George's comment a crime? Heck no. Should he lose his place in university because of it? Hell to the frick no. Because you know what? I didn't see any of you people demonetizing or deplatforming Charlie Kirk as he went from one campus to another, indoctrinating masses of youth with his white supremacist and white nationalist bullshit ideology. And it seems Oxford University agrees, because they said as abhorrent as his comment is, doesn't violate our policy on free speech. And these advocates of free speech went mad. Piers Morgan calling him a disgusting disgrace and demanding that he be replaced as president-elect. Racist dog whistles calling him dreadlocked, DI hire, and demanding that he be expelled. Resignations to apply pressure to expel George. Cancelling appearances at future debates, with members of parliament getting in the act to get rid of George. The fuckery of the hypocrisy of those who supported Lucy colonies, freedom of speech, to say that immigrants should be burnt alive in hotels. They want to destroy the future of this young black man and scapegoat him for the crime committed by Tyler Robinson, the young white man who actually killed Charlie Kirk. They can't scapegoat one of their own for killing one of their own. Listen up, racists. Charlie Kirk can rest in peace or rest in piss. Either way, you don't get to police stone how anybody reacts to it.
And there it is right there. So that's the summary. That's the full cycle of the Charlie Kirk narrative. So that's the full cycle of the Charlie Kirk narrative. Let's get back to Nigerian politics, and then we'll pick it up from let's pick it up from here. So I want you to be shouting Bola at the appropriate chorus point. So I'll be shouting Bola at the appropriate chorus point. Let me ask you a basic mathematical question, a simple mathematical question. What is 4 plus 4? Answers in the comment section, please. What is 4 plus 4? What does that give you? Even you, I know that some people have some form of retardation. Some of our audience, some of them are somewhat retarded. But even if with your retardation, you should still know that. So what is 4 plus 4? So give the answer in the comment section on your mandate. So on your mandate, still with Tinubu, watch this.
Call me any name. I'm not here to make you happy. Politically, slander and libel should not go unattended. No one should bear the brunt of injustice for merely writing a bad report about me or call me names. Democracy requires a fair degree of tolerance for harsh words and stinging insults, particularly when they are pained because of their losses. Call me any name. I'm not here to make you happy politically, and I will still call upon democracy to defend your right to do so.
So that's Tinubu right there, the consummate Democrat. So from the consummate Democrat to this, you see, this next clip that I'm about to play you now is logic turned upside down. So this now next clip is logic turned upside down. So imagine then, who is the current boxers in play? Alexander Usyk. Imagine Alexander Usyk fighting Daniel Dubois. So imagine that. I'm taking you somewhere. So imagine Alexander Usyk fighting Daniel Dubois. It's a 12-round fight. So in the course of that 12-round fight, Daniel Dubois wins 3 rounds, and Alexander Usyk wins 9 rounds, and of course that then declares Alexander Usyk the winner. So hold that logic. Let me just explain it again, because this clip that I'm about to play you now will explain exactly why I'm giving you this analogy, this prefixation to use to go into the clip. So imagine Alexander Usyk, who is the world champion. He's in a fight, and they did have a fight, by the way, Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois. Imagine Alexander Usyk fighting Daniel Dubois. It's a 12-round fight. In the course of that 12-round fight, Daniel Dubois, he wins 3 rounds. According to the judges gave him 3 rounds. But the remaining 9 rounds then goes to Alexander Usyk, which then gives him the victory. So hold that thought as I play you this clip.
You know the political capacity of Bola Tinubu.
I know very
well.
He
has never lost an election. Do you think 2027 will be an exception?
He lost in Lagos.
What?
2023.
No, he lost a part.
He lost in Osun in 2023.
He lost a part of the election, the election.
He lost. He was on the ballot in Lagos. He lost.
No, the point I'm making is that you, as a governor, you probably have lost wards and local governments in your election.
Yes, I do.
So, but it doesn't mean that you lost the election.
No, but he was on the ballot.
Yeah, but he didn't lose the election.
He lost in his primary constituency of Lagos.
But it didn't matter at the end of the day.
It mattered.
The same way Atiku lost in several states of the country. It's the same way Peter Obi lost.
But then what I'm saying is that you can't say that he has never lost election.
He has never lost an election. He was senator. He ran twice as governor. He won. He ran as a president. He won. So he's not lost an election.
Then it's not cast in stone that he may not lose in 2027.
So that's what I'm saying.
Every effort being made to make it as if there is invincibility, that Bola Tinubu cannot be defeated, is bullshit, is rubbish. He can be defeated. I believe so.
You have this
and I'm working.
So there it is right there. So now you saw why I gave you that analogy to prefix that clip. It's logic turned upside down. So Tinubu contested for senatorial positions twice. He won both times. Tinubu contested governorship twice. Those were the first time he came out to contest for Lagos State governor. He won, and then the second time he contested to reaffirm his mandate for an additional 4 years. He won. The first time he contested to be president, he won. Tinubu has never, ever, in his long and glistening career as a politician, long and glistening, he has never, ever lost an election. Never, ever. And the records tell you that. So whether he lost in some satellite street in Eko Central or Jalingo, okay, he's arguing that Tinubu, they are telling him that Tinubu has never lost an election, and he said he lost Lagos State. So what's the consequence of that? Does that then make Peter Obi the president? It doesn't. He said they lost Osun State. Does that then make Atiku Abubakar the determination of the presidency is not determinant on a Lagos State, what happened in Lagos State or Osun State, is the totality of the country. That's the constituency. Nigeria is the constituency for the presidency, and Nigeria voted overwhelmingly. He won with an in excess of 1 million votes. So there it is right there. So whether you like it or not, and hopefully you don't like it because that way it pains you even more, he won that election and he will win the next. And he will keep his 100% record. And when he wins that next election, it will be the GOAT. Do you know what the GOAT is? Greatest of all time in terms of Nigerian politics. So anytime he decides to get out of bed to contest for an election, he wins. That's what we know. Twice as a senator, every single time he came out, he won that senatorial seat. Twice as a governor, every single time he came out, he won that governorship position. Once now as a president, first time he came out, he won that election. Atiku has tried 10 million times. He failed. Peter Obi tried to tag along Atiku. He tried to stand alone. He failed both times. But this guy comes out once, he wins. And then when he comes out for the last hurrah of his political career, where are you placing your bet? Where are you placing your... Don't be daft. Don't be stupid. You know, I know, we all know. Tinubu always wins. And Tinubu always will win. And there it is. So if he hits you hard, let me then repeat it again. If he jars your senses and makes you want to bang your head against the computer, and then let me aid you to fast forward you doing that. Tinubu always wins an election, will win 2027. I know that, you know that, and you know that I know that you know that. So you can convulse and have an epileptic fit, but he will win that election, and he will govern you for 8 solid years. Govern you for 8 solid years. So let's now go to this next clip, which somewhat aligned with that little diatribe that I just had there. Let's now go to this next clip. Watch this.
They said Nigeria belongs to Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. At least since where I know, they will say Nigeria is Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. But since 1999, where democracy don't come back, Igbo, they didn't allow them to be president. They always push them. Go to your village. They go. They talk, say then they go. They don't let them go. They say they are if they talk Biafra, nah bad language, then they talk. We accept. But how can you say Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, and since 1999, Igbo man cannot be president? Since 1999, Igbo man cannot be vice president. And you say we are one. Wazobia ko. Wazobia ni. Even Igbo man, Peter Obi, we try, we gather votes. Suddenly, in vote way high, it can't shrink. They say go to court. In the country where there is no justice. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, my foot. from Hausa, Yoruba, Hausa. So remove that Igbo where they put there because you just they use and do 419. Igbo we no fit be vice president. Igbo we no fit be president. If they can't say Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. I don't care if you say this thing is dividing us. You, government, by your behavior, you are already dividing us. You are already dividing us. How can we say Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba? But power will go to Yoruba, then go enjoy. Throw them back to Hausa. But when Igbo man come out, then go they blackmail them. There is no justice in the land, Joe Elojoko.
Oh, all right. There's no justice in the land. So let us address that just for a moment. So the three big tribes in Nigeria, they're the Hausa Fulanis, the Yorubas, and the Igbos. So what that guy did, that's Fayoshe's younger brother, that's Isaac Fayoshe. What he was saying in that clip right there is that there's this grand conspiracy between the Hausa Fulanis and the Yorubas to exclude the Igbos from power. So let's use the last cycle of election as a test case. So in the last cycle of elections, the president then was a Fulani man from the northwest. The INEC chairman is a northerner. I think it's of Fulani stock as well. I don't know what his stock is, but certainly a northerner, Mahmoud Yakubu. And then the party chairman of the APC was also Abdullahi Adamu. He was also a northerner. So now when Buhari's constitutional allotment came to an end and power needed to change hands, where did you think they wanted to give the power to? They certainly did not want to give it to the southwest. I think we all know that. Buhari said, "Let me choose my successor." Tinubu blocked that off and said, "No, we have to go to open ballot." And then in the course of that open ballot, Abdullahi Adamu, he then suddenly came out and said there's been a consensus candidate, and he told us then that the consensus candidate was Ahmed Lawan, who was the Senate president then. And then in the course of all of that, they did all they could to sabotage Tinubu. So the Northerners, they had no intention of handing over the presidency to the Southwest, never mind anywhere else. They had no intention of handing over the presidency. We all saw it now. They used Emefiele to try and sabotage the economy. They held back the oil. They did everything to prevent Tinubu from winning that election. And if Buhari could not pick from his own, they were orchestrating them for Atiku Abubakar to win that election. So everything that the Northerners could do, they did it to truncate Tinubu from winning that election. But Tinubu fought his way through, and he fought to become victorious. So there it is. It wasn't handed to Tinubu by the Northerners. Tinubu snatched it out of the hands of the Northerners. That was what he did. So if the Southeasterners are then waiting for people to wrap the presidency in a bow and come and deliver it to Obi of Onitsha and say, give it to one of your sons, then you will in perpetuity remain in a state of flux. So you can play victim all you like, but especially that last cycle of elections, it told us categorically what you need to do to get the presidency. You have to fight your way through. You have to form broad-based alliances. You have to use all of your instrumentality and everything. And it's a long build-up to the presidency as well. Look how many cycles Buhari went through before he became president. Look at, Tinubu has been aspiring to that presidency since 1999. He has been building blocks for 3-4 decades in order to land that post. So that's the level of work you have to put in. So if you think they're going to wrap the presidency in a bow and come and hand it over to you, then you will cry till kingdom come. But then we enjoy your crying anyway, so maybe that should just carry on. So now, why did Tinubu win that election, though, is the question. This might well be some of the reasons why he did win that election. So I'll play you about 2 or 3 pro-Tinubu clips right here.
You've probably heard of the Lagos Green Line, and I'm pretty sure you know about the blue and red rail lines. But do you know the full details of the Lagos Rail Master Plan? The Lagos Master Plan features 6 rail lines, each identified by a unique color: blue, red, green, purple, yellow, and orange. The blue line stretches 27 kilometers from Okokomaiko to Marina. The first phase, covering Mile 2 to Marina with stops at National Theatre, Igomu, and Alaba, is already operational. The red line, which is also running, covers a 37-kilometer route from Ebutemeta Oigbo to Agbado. It serves major transit points like Agege, Ikeja, Iju, Oshodi, and Yaba. The green line, soon to begin construction, will span 68 kilometers, connecting Marina, Victoria Island, Lekki, and the Lekki Free Trade Zone. It is expected to convey over 500,000 passengers daily when it is launched, and 1 million passengers by 2031. The federal government has allocated.
So that's just one of the reasons why Tinubu is your president. Tinubu is a doer and an achiever. He's a big ideas man, and those rail services were built by Tinubu. They were built by the force of his will. He started it and ensured that it was completed. You see, those rail services, there are only about 3 other African countries. I think they have in Egypt, they have in South Africa, they may well have in another North African country, but certainly there's no country in West Africa that has that intra-city rail service that Tinubu built in Lagos, and there is no prospect of anywhere else being able to do that, because they don't have the leap of imagination or the capacity to string it together in a way to make it happen. And we're seeing it. We saw it with the getting the land back from the Atlantic to create Lekki, Eco-Atlantic, etc., etc. We're seeing it with the Lagos. It's a big project man, a quantum leap man, and those are the reasons why he's your president. It's heads and shoulders above anybody in the field in terms of achievements that you can point to. But what impact is his presidency having now? Watch this.
But somewhere like in Pangrove, in my office, it has really improved. Constant electricity, because they are band-aid, I presume, so that is it. But somewhere like in Ikorodu, like a K2, I don't think it has improved there.
On campus side, really the light we are using is better than before. Then we really enjoy the lights now rather than before. Let's say before we're having like let's say 4 hours, but now 24 hours.
For now, I can say that it's really improved, because in my own area, like Jodibege where I stay, like 12 hours. We have light now like 12 hours every day, so which is very nice. For now, issue of lights, I can't recall it's the last time NEPA sees lights and it stayed up to 20 minutes. In my own area, I don't know about other places, but in my own area, I can say.
Actually, it has improved in my area because I live in Ikorodu, Greek precisely. It has improved. Although we're in band B or so, at least we have, in fact, we have, at times we have light for 24 hours now, albeit in 18, 20 hours every day. So it has improved.
Before, we don't used to enjoy lights, but now everything is fine. If we want to do something, at times I don't even charge my phone. So because I know there will be lights. So if I close from work now, go back home, there will be lights. So if there is no light line within 2.
So those are feedbacks. I keep telling you guys. So now you're hearing it from the people. They say, when was the last time you were in Nigeria? So those people live in Nigeria, from Ikorodu to Ilepeju, all over Lagos State. Everybody is reporting that there's a longer periods of electricity. Some actually telling us 24 hours consistently. The least that was reported was 12 hours, but it's with consistency. So they will switch it on round about 5 p.m. thereabout and take them through the night with it. So those are quantum leaps. Those are quantum. They've never had it that way ever in the history of Lagos State, especially, and Nigeria by extension. So electricity is being addressed, and that is the feedback that we're getting. much to the chagrin. They will run around. There is no electricity. Everybody's dying. Do you know that Kaduna Abuja road that you couldn't even even fresh air was being kidnapped on that road. Never mind human being. For the 8 years of Buhari solid, Reno Omokri, he drove without security from Abuja to Kaduna, and he drove back, and he only had a cameraman with him and his driver. So 3 people in a car from Kaduna to, who would dare that under Buhari? Who would dare that? If you want to see the clip, I'll go and bring it now. So the security in Nigeria, insecurity is still alarming and disturbing, the level of insecurity in that country. But it's been a quantum improvement from what we had under Buhari to what we have now. There is just no equivocation about it. It is irrefutably so. And all of the evidence tells us that. So quantum leaps in all of the matrices of measure. Here is another matrix of measure or metric of measure. Watch this.
Look at the hardship in the country, rising food prices, fuel price fluctuation, insecurity in some parts of the country, transportation costs and all of that. Do you believe the APC government is truly delivering on its renewed hope agenda?
Let's take that. I'll go this way. Mr. President has addressed this nation severally since he became president. And in any of his address, you can go back to them. He acknowledges that there are challenges. He acknowledges that there are pains. But he goes further to promise Nigerians that he is here to ensure that those pains, those challenges, ease out with time. I give you an example. You talked about food prices. 2023, 2024. We started from 40,000 naira a bag of rice, local rice. It rose to 100,000 naira in 2024. If you go to the market today, and I'm talking today, September, you get it for 50,000 naira. But you're not talking about it. It goes for beans, a bag of beans, 50 kg. From 50 to 100, it's back at 50. Bet you are not telling Nigerians about it. If you go to a bag of gari, it started from 30, it rose to about 70, it's back at 40. You are not telling Nigerians. You talked about fuel. Once upon a time, fuel was above 1,000 naira, up to 1,200 and something. Today, it's below 900 naira. And I just heard before I came here that Dangote has crashed its price further to 820 in southern parts of Nigeria, about 850 in the northern part. So, if you agree with me, with more private refineries, and if our refineries truly come on stream, as this government would want them to come on stream, there'll be competition. And once there's competition, the price can only...
And there it is right there. So how much was a bag of rice under the Buhari administration? It's about 40, 45, 50,000 naira. So under the Buhari administration, the naira was heavily subsidized, and rice, of course, was an imported commodity. Under the Tinubu administration, with the naira liberalized, the bag of rice has now fallen to the price it was when the dollar was subsidized. Do you get that? So that's a Herculean economic leap right there, all within 2.5 years. All within 2.5, completely recalibrated the country within 2.5 years, even free floating the economy into the free market. It still balances it. You'll notice that they are not shouting a bit. Do you remember that period in time, barely a year ago, when we couldn't open the platform and there was a stream of voices telling us about the price of food and how Nigerians are just collapsing on the streets and dying of hunger? We are not hearing that anymore. We're not hearing about how the price of food is crashing. We're not hearing that anymore. So just wait for a moment. Just reflect on what I just said. Under the Buhari, rice predominantly is an imported food item. It's an imported commodity. So we all know that. So let's take that as the basis of our common understanding. So that forms the basis of the positions I'm about to present. So the common acceptance, and I think we all universally know this, is that rice is largely an imported commodity in Nigeria. So that's one. And then under the Buhari administration, when the naira was heavily subsidized to about 60% of its value, a bag of rice then was trading between 45 to 50,000 naira under a heavily subsidized dollar space. So now, under a liberalized dollar space, where the naira was free floated to establish its value against the naira, the bag of rice is now selling at at the price it was when the economy was subsidized. Do you see that quantum? Do you see that? And now you are telling us that the guy is not doing anything. You are saying it's not. It'll be impossible to sustain that argument with any honesty or integrity. Even up to the end of this year. How many more months? We have September, October, November, December. We have 3 more months in this year. It'll be near impossible for the obedience space especially to sustain that momentum with any integrity or honesty by the end of this year. They cannot sustain the momentum that Tinubu is not working or the people are not being impacted, because we are seeing it. Everything is coming down. They are telling us that electricity is reliable and predictable and is consistent and is available for the abundance of the day. Some are reporting, a lot of people reporting 24 hours electricity. So it'll be impossible for you to continue to sustain that lie when the people that have the lived experience are reporting otherwise. It'll be impossible for you to continue to sustain the narrative that insecurity is as bad or worse than it was previously when the people in the lived experience of it, they are reporting differently. It will be impossible for you to say that the administration is not having an impact on the common man when we're hearing even Imo State University students in Sokoto State University, the length and breadth of the country, they are all reporting the impact that the Nel Fund is having on their lives, changing their lives in real time. So it'd be impossible for you to say that it's not impacting on the people. By the time we get to the end of this year and they want to revisit that, because I monitor that Lagos-Calabar Superhighway almost every day, there are platforms. There's a guy called Ayamgbolaho or something that he does daily streams. He will fly a drone over that road. He will ride a motorbike on it. So the progress of that road is covered at least even more than 200 kilometers. So by the time they revisit it to make a national splash on it, it will be impossible for you to say that it's not been done. It'll be impossible for you to sustain this contrived indignation, which is all wrapped around ethnic politics. It will be impossible for you to sustain it by the end of this year. It's just impossible, because the anecdotal evidence, the quantum of it that we're getting out of the country, it belies the narrative that you're trying to propagandize. So it'll be impossible for you to sustain that. In fact, you just have to resort to ethnic jingle, which is really where you're coming from, as we all know. Let me play you one last clip. There's still several clips, but I'll just play this last one now, and then we'll see if anybody turns up or not. Let me play you this last clip. This last clip now, it speaks to another area that they like to propagandize to a lot, that the only seaport in Nigeria is in Lagos. So this now, next and last clip for this session, it goes towards addressing that. Watch this.
So there is this unfortunate fallacy that has been allowed to linger in this country for a very long time. And it is the lie that Lagos State is only what it is today because it has been getting some sort of preferential treatment. That Lagos State will not be as successful as it is without the presence of the 3 seaports or the international airport. And that there is a concerted plan to subdue a certain region. I don't know whether this plan was from independence or from amalgamation, but that there is a plan to subdue a certain region in favor of Lagos and maybe the entire Southwest. But I believe that by the end of this video, I'll be able to dispel that lie in your head. That is, if your mind is open to it. And I'm going to start with this analogy. So let's say you're a businessman with 6 shops scattered across this country. Now, All these 6 shops are in bad condition. However, one of these 6 shops gives you your most revenue. Now, let's say you make 1 million naira across these 6 shops, but that one shop gives you 800,000 naira of that 1 million naira every month. The remaining 5 shops give you the remaining 200,000 naira. Now, if you're a businessman looking to, invest in that business and expand it and make more money, what will you do? Now, if you go to a bank and borrow money, would you invest the money in the other 5 shops? Maybe with the belief that if you invest in these other 5 shops, they will start giving you 800,000 naira to compete with the shop that's already giving you 800,000 naira. Or would you go and build a 7th shop or buy a 7th shop with the mindset that maybe there's something wrong with other 6 shops. If I buy or build or rent another shop, maybe this one will start giving me 10 million. Or would you invest in that shop that's already sure that this one is already giving me 800,000 naira despite the inefficiencies? If I increase the processes, maybe if I put AC, if I paint it, I'll get more customers here and I might start making 2 million naira per month, which I can now invest in these other shops. As a smart businessman, which of these 3 decisions are you going to make? Now, keep that thought in your head. Let me go over some articles for you. So this is an article by financeinafrica.com published February 25, 2025, so you can read it on your own. It says, Nigeria bleeds $86 million annually to its shaky ports. Things are falling apart at Nigeria's ports and it's starting to feel a lot like chaos Chinua Achebe imagined in his novels. Listen to the problems. Rising charges, inefficiencies, and excessive regulations have made clearing goods a costly nightmare, forcing importers to seek alternatives. Goods intended for Nigeria are now being processed in Togo, Ghana, and Benin Republic, where the costs are lower and the processes smoother. The result is a massive economic loss, and if nothing changes, the situation will only worsen. It says, why are businesses abandoning Nigerian ports? Recently, clearing costs at Nigerian ports rose sharply. The Nigerian Ports Authority increased tariffs from 7 to 15%, while terminal operators and shipping companies raised their fees by as much as 45%. So there are some figures here. I will just post them here. You can pause and read it. I don't want to go back there. To clear a 40-feet container in Nigeria is going to cost you between 18 to 26 million naira, while to clear a 20-foot container was previously 10 million. It is now 20 million naira. However, in Togo, clearing a 40-feet container cost about $3,500, which is 5.6 million naira, while Ghana is $7.2 million. Trucking from Lome Port in Togo to Lagos costs just 600,000 naira, while moving goods within Nigeria from Apapa can cost over 1 million. Are you seeing that? To truck from Lome in Togo to Lagos, 600,000 naira. But from Apapa to within Nigeria, over 1 million. Storage and dumage fees in Ghana and Benin Republic are also 30 to 50% lower than in Nigeria. With such significant cost difference, the shift away from Nigerian ports is hardly surprising. Nigeria once controlled about 70% of cargo traffic in West and Central Africa, but its ports are now losing relevance. Neighboring ports in Togo, Ghana, and Benin Republic are gaining an increasing share of Nigeria's bound cargo. Nigeria is estimated to be losing 130 billion naira annually in custom duties, VAT on imports, and other taxes that should have been collected at its ports. Instead, these revenues are flowing to neighboring countries which have capitalized on Nigeria's inefficiencies. Industry experts estimate that 90% of the cargo arriving at Lome Port is actually destined for Nigeria, but businesses would rather clear their goods there and transport them across the border than deal with Nigeria's exorbitant port charges. What can Nigeria learn from its neighbors? While Nigeria is losing trade, its neighbors are gaining from its failures. Togo, Ghana, and Benin Republic have created port systems that are more cost-effective and efficient, drawing businesses away from Nigeria. The most striking difference is the cost. So again, I'm going to just post this here. I won't go over it again, so you can pause and read it. Infrastructure is another major area where Nigeria is falling behind. Despite charging some of the highest tariffs in the region, Nigerian ports are plagued by congestion, poor road networks, and long delays. Ghana and Togo have invested in port automation, better road access, and expanded facilities to accommodate more cargo efficiently. If Nigeria wants to reclaim its role as West Africa's trade hub, it must invest in similar upgrades. Are you listening? Remember the analogy I gave you about the 6 shops? We'll come back to it. Nigeria has the potential to dominate regional trade, but without urgent reforms, it will continue to lose business to its neighbors. Now, I want to establish some facts. The very first fact is that Lagos does not have the only port in Nigeria. It will surprise you to know that a lot of Nigerians think this. Like in the last post I made, go to the comments, you hear a lot of people saying if the government wants to, they should go and open other ports in other states. Hello, Nigeria has 6 ports. It has 3 in Lagos, Apapa, Tinkan, and Lekki. It has in Port Harcourt, it has in Warri, it has in Calabar. Right? The funniest are, I mean, you can only have a seaport when you have access to the sea. States that don't have access to the sea cannot have a seaport. But from what I have read here, you should know that the government has failed in its responsibilities across all the ports in the country. That even the port that gives us our major revenue, our most active ports, are not well maintained. You have seen the problems that the ports have. They said rising charges, inefficiencies, and excessive regulations. Now, in the last video I made, I played the video where the deputy governor of Lagos State was complaining about the impact the Apapa port is having on the infrastructure in Lagos. According to him, by global standards, the seaport is supposed to cater for all the facilities or the infrastructure within 20 kilometers of the seaport. But in Nigeria, that is not the case. That the government has abandoned that place, the infrastructure has collapsed, which has made businesses move out of that area, Apapa. That has made people, no longer live there anymore, making the government, the Lagos State government, lose revenue. On top of that, they have to even be spending their money to maintain infrastructure that the state government, the federal government is supposed to maintain, so that it does not impact other parts of the state. Now, does it now make sense to say that this state is a beneficiary of the incompetence of the government? They are also victims too. So I've stated 2 facts here. The first one is that Lagos does not have the only port in Nigeria. There are 3 other ports in Nigeria, right? But the second fact is that the government, the federal government, across past administrations have failed in their responsibilities of taking care of these ports. So it is no surprise that if the port that gives us our most revenue is suffering, what do you expect to happen in the other ports? Now, I could have gone into the history of the ports to show you why the colonizers chose Lagos amongst other states in Nigeria. But let's not go that far. Let's focus on why investors still keep building more ports in Lagos. I mean, after the Apapa Tinkan port, why did the investors, put money in Lekki Deep Sea Port? And why are they trying to do another one in Badagry?
Oh, all right. So hopefully that addresses that, but I suspect it may not. I think that's it. So the link is in the comment section. If you want a conversation, come on. I'll play the Kegite music. We take it from there. Where is the Kegite music? Don't tell me I've deleted it. Oh yes, no, I haven't.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ibe sodi akẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Obi master kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Failati kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agweshemi, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Solly in the house, and the elegant Zeta. There's Zeta right there. Yes, lady and gentlemen. So good to have you both. Anybody else that wants to hop on, We started off, kick it off with you, Solly. Solly, Wagwan. Yes, you kick it off, Solly.
So one man has accused me, of being groomed by the Biafrans.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, now one man. Where does this accusation lead from?
I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Look,
one man. But
we have talking points here now. So what are you even? What are you?
Let's start with that now. I've screenshotted the message, so I have proof.
Screenshotted what?
One man said that. Can you give in details how I'm being groomed by the Biafrans?
What are you talking about?
You said, and I quote, "I see that you are being groomed by the Biafrans."
Do you have any thoughts on the talking points? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, let's argue the points. You said that I asked you for 3 successful human developments in the Southwest, specifically Lagos State. You said free education. And I asked you that, okay.
What are you talking about? Those are not the talking points. Do you want to speak to the talking points or? Oh, okay,
So I'm going to win the argument. Okay, then the talking points. Now let's see. What are the talking points again? Because that's what I came to come and argue. The Human Development Program in Lagos State.
The Human Development Program what Human Development Program in Lagos State?
I asked for 3 successful Human Development Program in Lagos State.
How do you mean?
And
what do you mean? What do you mean by human development programs?
Okay, when we look at the case of China invested in education, and we can see how that has helped their development. When you invest
are they doing that in? Hold on. Are they doing that in Lagos? They are not investing in education.
How much are they investing in education? With which facility? And what is the state of the classrooms? What is the?
Do you want us to bring? Do you want us to bring up images? Do you want us to bring up images?
You can bring up images. If you want to disgrace Lagos, you can.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, you just roll out. That's why I always say. Oftentimes, what you just say is just with the greatest apologies, just gibberish. You know. It's just gibberish. You're just talking gibberish all the time. Yeah.
One man, you cannot.
No rhyme or reason, no consistency with logic or sense, just gibberish.
All right. Anyway, maybe it's time for an Igbo person to become governor of Lagos State, since the Yoruba governors have chosen to turn the Yoruba children into Agberus that will be helping them buy votes. You know. So that's where my mind is. Let everybody lose, since only a certain few are gaining.
All right. Let me just. And people can go online and look this up themselves. So this is just an example of investment in education. So I don't even know, guy, man. Let's just watch a little bit of this.
2 ultra-modern 18 classroom blocks, one at Ajegule Junior Senior High School and another at Keme Balogun Junior College in Beshe, Ikorodu. Senior reporter Adidoja Salam Adeni reports.
In recent weeks, Lagos has been liberating new road projects. Now the focus shifts to education, with new infrastructure set to change the learning experience for students. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his deputy, Obafemi Hamzat, arrived to a warm reception. Students, teachers, and residents of Ajegunle sharing in excitement. The newly commissioned 18 classroom block at Ajegunle Junior Senior High School is more than just a structure. It's a promise fulfilled, a boost for students eager to learn in a better environment.
Thank you very much. So that's just one example. I can bring you several. So, I mean, what are you talking about?
So with the budget Lagos State has, this is the best they can do.
What do you mean the best they can do?
This is the best they can do.
What is the best? What are you talking about?
Can you show the equipment in that school?
Well, if it's in the recording, I will show it. But what are you talking about? Have you moved the parameters of the? You said they are not investing in it. That's in Ajegunle, by the way, not even in. So, what are you talking? So those are part of the facilities. Those are part of in Ajegunle. So what more?
Will you choose to send your kids to this school?
Guy, let that be the last time. Don't bring my kids into conversations about. Are you get the fuck out? Who's that? What's all that nonsense? I went to school in Nigeria. I went to school in Nigeria. I'm not an illiterate. Do I sound illiterate to you?
No.
Yeah. So what's the point you're making?
The point I'm making is that they could have done better with the
But
budget.
better than what?
They could have done better with the budgets that they have.
Is this a terrible edifice?
Yes, it is. In 2025. Yes, it is.
In 2025?
Yes.
Right. It's just nonsense, isn't it? You said they're not investing in education. They have built an ultra modern. Look at the facilities. Look at the facilities. This is not adequate.
If you saw that facility in UK, will it be appealing to you?
What are you talking about the UK? What more do you want? What should they be doing?
If you saw this school in UK,
yeah, you're a nonsense. This is why I say you are just a nonsense guy. You just talk gibberish. You said they are not investing in education. This is an modern facility just recently built, and I can bring you 10 more examples. Now you are moving the parameters. You said it has no facilities. Look at the sporting facility, the school structure, all of those things. You know. So you say they are not investing in education, and here is an investment in education right there. So I mean, what are you talking about? And you just keep on running around, and then you hop again. When they bring you another evidence, you hop again. Are you a rabbit? You're not a rabbit now. Stop hopping around.
Well, those are your standards. Those are not my standards. I know.
Of course.
I know how much I know how much they have and how much they could have invested.
Right.
You're always satisfied with trinkets.
So what's the trinket? What are you not? Oh God.
And you accept it, but you will never.
That is trinket. That's trinket.
To go to that school in 2025. Do you think that they really
that is trinket
that will make them innovative there?
They won't learn anything in a facility like that.
Now, do they have the equipment to be innovative?
What equipment don't they have?
Or are they just going?
Do you think there are no computers in the school? Do you think there are no computers in the school? Do you know that? Do you know that as a policy position, they've put solar power in all of the institutions. They have electricity. They have computer systems. They have an excellent sporting facility. What environment goes beyond that for a child to learn? You saw it on your screen now. So what are you talking about?
Like I said, your standards for this government is low.
So some colleges in Netherlands, that school looks better than it.
I mean, it's just nonsense now. It just talks nonsense all the time. It says they're not investing in education. I've brought you a gold standard school right there. What standard? Okay, what is wrong with this? Tell me what is wrong with it.
That school was in Netherlands.
No. Forget it not being in. Tell me what is wrong with it.
But are you not the one that says it's better than the school?
No. Forget Netherlands. Tell me what is wrong with that school. What is wrong with it?
It doesn't have the facilities.
What facility does it not have? What facility does it not have? Tell me.
Show me the laboratory. Show me the computer room.
They don't have computer room.
You can show me now. Shebi said it's up
but if it's in the clip, you'll see it now. But you don't. Don't be.
Are they working on sand?
They are working on sand. What are you talking about? What do you mean sand? What is this guy talking? Are you normal at all?
You cannot even have a black shoe in this school. By the time
where is the sand? Where is the sand? And even if. So what are you talking about?
What is that brown thing on the ground?
Yeah. What is it? What is it? What is it?
Is this sand?
What? Okay, if it's sand, then what next?
Okay.
No. Tell me the point.
Those are your
standards. No. I need you out of here, man. You're too daft for me. I'm sorry. You're just too stupid. Apologies. So sorry, Zita. Maybe we shut it down. I cannot bite the level of.
Why would you shut your
No, it's an idiot, man. Look at this the idiotic level of conversation that this idiot is trying to have with me. Look at that. Look at the field. Look at the sports facility. Look at the building in Ajegunle. And it keeps on hopping the parameters. They stand on the floor.
I don't even understand
an edifice like this would not have a computer. It's just nonsense. Just brainless, moronic nonsense.
I don't know where he's getting his standard. I just told him that some schools in that place he's sitting and talking to you, if I thought he's sitting there. Some school there, this school is better than it. Some colleges, because this one is a secondary school, right?
Yes, it's a primary secondary school, and it's not even a model primary. It's just a standard one. They build. I can show you another one that was built by by just a local government, shining and glistening. And you're telling me they're not investing in education? Look at the sports facility. Look at the classroom.
You don't know Nigerians.
It doesn't. They just. And he keeps on. He said they don't invest in education. I brought him something just newly built now. It's not one of one. It's one of about 30, 40 that they have built.
No.
Then it says they have no facility. You see the sports facility. It says they stand on the ground. What does that even mean?
The
just
problem
nonsense.
they have is that if they don't like anybody, they build their judgment. No matter what that person does, they keep moving the goalpost. They keep moving. You even have time to roam around with them. Sometimes when you have discussions with them, it's kind of roaming around. I don't like having discussions with them. It's roaming around, and sometimes you get upset, and then I don't know.
It's just quite annoying. It says that's your standard. What standard? That's the standardized school. That's the standardized school in Nigeria. Should it be bungalows, and then each child has one teacher, and then a specialist psychologist, and then a nutritionist? What level of nonsense are we? It says they are not investing in education. That's an investment. I can bring 10 examples in that Lagos state. They have teaching hospitals. They have excellent university facilities. They are all of these heavily subsidized to build a future for these children, giving them interest-free loans to all the way to tertiary, all the way to secondary school is free. And you say they are not investing in it. It's mind-boggling sometimes when you listen to some of these people. It's quite scary. It's almost like speaking to a monkey.
Woman, I beg, don't walk yourself.
It's just annoying now. How can you not be? You say they're not investing in something. I show you the investment. You say it's not standardized. Look at the sporting facility.
I told you there is sand in the ground.
That level of investment, they will not have computers, and then it says there's sand on the ground. What does that even mean? It's just gibberish.
Anyway, one man.
Oh, wow. I was wanting to have a light-hearted something, and you'll be giggling that childish giggle, that is the standard.
Who was sending those things to me?
Oh, which things?
The things you were wiring to me.
No, that was from Kulata now. Is it not your back and forth with him?
You see, the only thing I want to discuss online is politics, economics, not that kind of a thing. I know most times when I speak, he listens to me. I understand that, and I respect him for that. And I like engaging him sometimes to poke him, and he will poke me. But things like that is actually very extreme. Woman.
So sorry, what was I sending you, by the way? Is it the Charlie Kirk? Yeah.
See, woman. Let me use this little time now to say something. And I hope some people are listening to me. We saw what happened in 2020 to an ex-convict. And nobody asked what he was doing in a store that made them call police on him? Nobody asked that question.
Who are you talking about? You're talking about that guy that they knelt on his neck.
Yeah,
What's his name again?
yeah. And then some people said he did not do anything. He just walked into the store. And I don't know where in heaven you walk into a store and they call police on you. But people claim that. And nobody bothered to ask, okay, what has he been doing in that store that made him walk into that store that day? And they call police on him. But what happened at the end of the day? The way he died redeemed the way he lived. Everybody was angry the way he died. We forgot that he was an ex-convict. We forgot that he should not be going to the store doing something bad to the extent that we call police on him. Everybody was
It sounds as though you are justifying what happened to him.
Hold on. The way he died redeemed the way he lived. Everybody was angry the way he was murdered. The whole place went into, nobody cared to hear what happened. And I flipped the coin the other side. Now that person was sending text message to me, telling me that the way that person lived is redeeming now the way he died. One man, let me say this. In Nigeria, where that person come from, you said it's Kulata. We have a lot of.
But you know who you are having conversations with now. So why are you now making as though you're surprised that?
No, I was surprised. I was surprised at that.
But are you not there? Are you in the conversation? You've been in conversation with him for weeks now.
No, I thought he was Solly. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I was Solly.
No, Solly would not send you messages now. You don't have that rapport with him now.
No, I was just thinking that somebody somewhere who, because he wasn't on the platform when I said I like the guy. I like his mode of activism. I like the fact that he goes to their den, which is our colleges and universities, where they go to brainwash them. And he goes there too, to put up his own narrative. I like the fact that he gives them opportunity to argue with him. I said that people don't win argument always. Nobody on planet Earth wins argument always. Sometimes you lose argument, but the important thing is for you to give somebody an opportunity to have that conversation with you. It calms down. Tell me how stupid I was and what I said. Win the argument for today.
No, but there's no consistency in your even in what you're saying now. Also, you are giving mitigation to what happened. What's that guy's name again? The one that they knelt on his head. You are giving mitigation with his backstory. That his backstory has to be factored in, but you are not giving that mitigation hold on. You are not giving that mitigation to Charlie Kirk that his backstory should be factored in.
Okay, hold on. You didn't understand me. What I said is that we did not put up his backstory. Everybody was angry. We didn't care. That's why I said the way he died redeemed the way he lived. We didn't care. Everybody was like, "How dare?"
But is that not? Does that logic not apply to Charlie Kirk as well?
No, it didn't, because that person was
the way he died was consequenced by the way he lived.
No, you don't understand.
Yes.
Let me repeat myself again. I said, in the case of Lloyd Floyd, the way he died redeemed the way he lived.
Yes, and I'm saying the same logic applies to Charlie Kirk. The way he died is a consequence of the way he lived.
No.
It's the converse, but it's still the same logic.
It's not the same logic. Let me explain. This one died. Lloyd Floyd died. Everybody was more interested in the way he was killed. Charlie Kirk died. Nobody was interested in the way the person sending me. Let me not say nobody anyway, because all over the world are having night vigil for him. He lived their life. So he died.
They are not having night vigil for him. They rejected him at the European Parliament. They booed him.
They booed. Okay, no problem. Yeah. You should go and watch what is happening in South Korea. Anyway, never mind. I don't even care about that one. Let me continue with my discussion. In this case, the person sending me the text messages is reversing what I said. He's not angry at the way he died. Because in Lloyd Floyd, we were angry at the way he died. Everybody was angry at the way he died. How dare you lean on somebody's neck? But this person sending me text messages is not angry at the way he died. He's saying that the justification for the way he died is what he lived, the way he lived. I hope I'm making sense.
I'm listening.
Yes. So now I want to tell the person, in his country, where he comes from, there are a lot of them who speaks gibberish. Number one, Nnamdi Kanu. Number two, Njoko. I will mention few, but a few. Number three, Gumi. Number four, Showore. Number five, what is it? Sunday Boho. And then I ask, does he think those things they do are intolerable? Of course, they're intolerable to some human beings. They're very intolerable. This one that he's codedly celebrating his death did not cause anywhere any riot or anybody to buy.
Hold on. Let me play you a clip and then see if this changes your mind.
Comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. Were these blacks trying to go rob her? Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. Black crime is a major issue in our country. Why are you pushing criminal justice reform exactly? Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Now, the southern border is, of course, the great replacement. They're trying to replace us demographically. They're trying to make the country less white. It is an anti-white agenda. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Taylor Swift is now engaged to Travis Kelce. This is something that I hope will make Taylor Swift more conservative. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge. America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years and we dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. In Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Can we get that picture up, Ryan, of that Marvel's Avenger team? Now, I don't know who the person is on the left. Is the person on the left that came and did the interview with Joe? The TikTok? Your government is being run by freaks. It's like immediately I have like a flashback to a country where weren't able to do Bud Light commercials. What does being trans even mean? Is that even a real thing? It means you need therapy. We must ban trans-affirming care the entire country. I do think that there is a direct correlation between someone's testosterone and their politics. On young men, the lower their testosterone, the more likely they are to be Democratic.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped and she was going to give birth and she would, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby? That's awfully graphic. But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people. The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered. When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil, but what happened? Something changed. I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration.
So there it is right there. So like I said, it's a backdrop. Yes, its backdrop explains, just like you were saying about George Floyd, that he was redeemed, his death redeemed his past, and I'm saying to you that this guy's past, it gives reasons for what happened to him.
Okay, if you say that someone, if you are saying something and someone does not, because someone does not tolerate you, you deserve a bullet. I'm
No,
going
no,
back
no.
to
If you're
your
preaching hate, was
yeah.
he preaching hate
Listen to me. I don't care what he's saying.
that black
It
people are
doesn't upset me.
better off in chains?
It doesn't.
That's what he said.
One bit. It doesn't upset me.
Yeah,
Such
it
people.
might not
Listen.
upset. No,
Listen.
do you know? No, hold on. Do you know where the argument is? It's not so much you that have the sophistication to sieve through. Is this guy was touring campuses in America, gullible, fresh minds that are trying to form shape to shape their future.
You
He
call
was
them gullible.
well, not gullible, but impressionable. Let's use impressionable
Okay. You call
because
them
at the learning,
impressionable.
well, you are impressionable at that phase of life.
Okay.
It's just a
Okay.
universal thing.
Okay.
So
Let me
he
tell you.
is going into those spaces and is seeding into them these doctrinal lines that black people are better off in chains.
It makes
Yeah.
Your argument is actually funny. Listen, let me
Right.
tell you. Every activist, commentator has his own follower. Charlie Court will not be different. Everybody who carries, you saw what happened in Igbo land. And it's still happening. Sunday Boho did his own. Gumi is doing his own. Sowore is doing his own. Everybody.
Were they all consequenced? All those people, apart from maybe Shegumi, was Nnamdi Kanu consequenced? Was Sunday Igbo consequenced? Was Sowore consequenced?
Why not a bullet?
Did they not bullet him and he escaped?
No, they didn't.
They didn't bullet Igboho and he escaped.
No, they didn't.
They didn't bullet Nnamdi Kanu and he
No,
escaped.
they didn't. Nobody
They did not.
bulleted Nnamdi
Oh,
Kanu.
all right. Okay.
They didn't.
Okay.
What I mean by bullet is bullet you die.
It's not from want of trying. It's not from.
No.
It's not from want of trying.
Listen, let me tell you, woman. Listen to me. You see, even as you are talking now, as you are speaking, some people find your words and your comments and your words and phrases, even your voice, very intolerable. You deserve a bullet.
Oh no, I deserve a praise. I deserve super chats. For hitting them hard. I wish I was hitting them even. I wish there was more of them.
Okay.
I can hit them even more.
You're feeling like a hero. You are hitting them hard, right? When you do like that and people get angry and see your voice,
I'm not preaching hate. I'm not preaching hate.
Listen to you. You see what happens to me in your platform. Because I said I will not tolerate, I will not support P2V. People see I preach hate. Because I said I don't like the idea of my people going to Lagos and calling Lagos no man's land. I'm fighting the owners of the land. People call me haters of Igbo. That I'm preaching hate against the Igbos. So to you, you might not, but don't be too sure to another person. Your words might be hate. That's what I'm telling everybody. If you think what he is saying is so intolerable that he deserves a bullet, remember that what you two are saying might be so intolerable to another person. And
but it wasn't even me now. It was people of his own ilk that it was people of his own ilk that couldn't even stomach him.
No,
yeah.
you people should forget that thing. One man, you know me now. When things happen, I carry them for hand. You remember when we had argument in this your platform with some people? When the idiot in New York hid beside one corner that cannot face his fellow man, knowing fully well that as a CEO, the man go carry his own gun. He hid somewhere and wired me from the back. They came to your platform and said he had hip surgery. He was denied health care. He was in Health United. You even told me that one of the person arguing with me here that day was in the health side, that he knows what he's talking about. At the end of the day, what happened? The guy is not even having anything. He's not even in healthcare. And today, we find out that he did that for a name. That even in prison, he's going about asking people whether they're discussing him. Is that not sickness? Is that not rot? That you wire your fellow human being just because you want your name to be heard and people to talk about you. I had that argument in this your platform, and I tell you, it's not people of his own age. He's just a white boy. But I will tell you the story later. I have the story already in my palms, everything. You know,
yeah, but it's a published thing now.
Let's go back to the topic of the day. I've said what I want to say. And listen, please tell Kulata, I can discuss politics.
No, that's an offline conversation anyway that you're having with him. It's not an online. It's not an online. Yeah, we can say that to me privately now.
He come here to talk politics, and we debate politics. We disagree. He disagree with some people. Sometimes he goes to a platform, they will rain abuses on him. He thought it's because he's virtual. Sometimes you don't know. You in this your platform, somebody has called for me to give him my real name, called for me to tell him the village that I come from, called for me to tell him my father's compound. In this your platform, and you think and look at it, you think it's a joke. You think it's a joke. That is what is called virtual execution. That means if the person has that information,
virtual execution, you die online. What does that mean?
Let me finish. One man, you know, sometimes we joke around these things, but when things happen, it brings you back to think. We say all these things, and people come here to generate so much anger and so much bitterness. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. So if I am here today and I hear that somebody raised one pie on him just because of what he used to say, will I be happy? Of course I won't be happy. Nobody deserves to die because of his opinion. I don't care how you people see it. This guy has been screwing, this is trash, and this is
I'm not sure that you can say that.
Hold on, please, one man. I want to settle this. This Charlie Cole, according to you people, has been screwing his trash, but he has never raised riot. Neither has people gone to the street because of what he's saying. But your Showore, your Sunday Boho, Nnamdi Kanu, Njoko, Gumi, so many lives has been.
Do you know how many? No, forget that one. Let's stay with that. Hold on. Let's because you just said something there. Do you know how many minds that guy? Because he traverses university campuses, speaking to impressionable young minds. Do you know how many of those minds he would have radicalized that will in the future act on that radicalization to the detriment of somebody else, or even to the point of somebody else losing their life, all as a consequence of being radicalized by this guy?
Okay. And do you think that those people that Showore tells those bullshit and they come out in the road to loot stores, at the end of the day, some of them will die? They're not being radicalized by Showore.
So how is that contrary?
Showore has not radicalized some
but how is what you're saying contradicting what I've just said? You're not contradicting me in any way. You're in agreement with it.
Okay,
are you in disagreement?
No,
that
I mean, so one Nigerian little boy deserves to give Showore one. Are we in agreement with that?
I don't really. I'm not really invested in Showore in any way. I don't wish him ill. But look, are you in this? Okay, hold on. Are you in disagreement that this guy's commentaries at university campuses can and almost certainly has radicalized impressionable young minds? Are you in agreement? Do you disagree with that?
No.
You don't think you okay, well, yes.
What I will tell you is that some of them go like his line and some of them go the other people's line. It's not all of them that follow him. It's as simple as that. When you are an activist, you don't radicalize everybody. Like me now, Showore cannot look at me and tell me to go to the street.
Well, he will radicalize some.
while his family is somewhere outside of Nigeria.
No, you keep going to Showore.
No,
Let's stay with the narrowness of the conversation.
we cannot stay with the narrowness of the conversation. What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
Okay. Whatever happens to Showore, that's a matter for Showore. But this guy, what I am saying, and I'm not quite sure where your area of disagreement is.
My area
is that, hold on. Let me hold on, Zita. Just hold on. I'm saying that this guy, he goes into university campuses and fresh minds that are susceptible to be manipulated, that might not otherwise be thinking in the direction of the seed that he sows, will then subsequently think in the direction he haven't then sown those seeds. And as a consequence of him sowing those seeds, these minds that were not radical before, they become radicalized. And some of those radicalized minds might, in the course of their life in the future, act on as a consequence of that radicalization. Do you not get that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I won't accept that.
Okay.
Because even anybody who stands to talk to a group of people ended up imparting some. You cannot impart all. The work engine go to the same campus. That's why when you see some conservative coming to campus, they invite them for a lecture. You see those woke students throwing stones at them, disrupting this thing, because those ones have gone the other side. So anybody who comes out to ginger anything, we get supporters. That person doesn't deserve a bullet. That's where I stand. Period. When Martin Luther King Jr. was spied, everybody went to the street. We were angry. You shouldn't shut somebody up because of his opinion. Even though those ones raised dust, when they finished talking, riot everywhere. But even at that, we were angry. If you read the story, everybody was angry. How dare you do a thing like that? The same with Michael Ness. So it is not the best thing because you have your own narrative. You are pushing it. Some people follow you. The other people have their own narratives. They are pushing it. Some people follow them. It's as simple as APC.
Yeah, but it's not
especially when what you said has not even caused violence in any way.
But it does cause violence. That's the thing.
Where did it cause? Where has Charlie Court finished speaking and riot broke out?
I've already given you the example. I've already, unless you have not listened to it.
Where have you finished speaking?
I have already given you.
We speak, riot will broke out, and he
but what Charlie Kirk was doing is even more deadly than that.
No. I asked you a simple question. You are assuming.
No, I'm giving you the answer now. You just don't want to hear it.
The word assume. You believe that what he's doing can cause mayhem.
No, I don't believe it can. I believe that it will.
It will, but it never did.
What do you mean it never did?
So far, it never did.
You mean it hasn't yet?
That's what I'm saying. So far, it haven't.
Yes,
so what about Showore and Gumi and then Palo and Njoko and Sunday Bowe? What about them?
Yeah, what about them?
That their own has already generated wahala. And some people have already lost their life. What about them? I'm asking you a simple question.
Right, yes.
Can both of us now ginger one like stupid Nigerian 22-year-old boy to give them their own?
No, you see, that's the thing. We're just circling around. I've already said that Nnamdi Kanu, especially Showore as well, Sunday Igboho, they've all suffered consequences as a result of their excessive.
Who gave them the consequences?
The Nigerian state gave them the consequences.
That's not what I'm talking about. You are talking about. What I am talking about is actually
you are going. No, you are talking about consequences. Hold on, just hold on. No, it doesn't matter. What you are saying is consequences. The consequence that this guy suffered, Charlie Kirk, is an extreme consequence, but nevertheless a consequence. And what Showore suffered is a consequence. What Nnamdi Kanu is suffering is a consequence. What Sunday Igboho did is a consequence. They radicalized spaces and they were consequenced. So
No.
whether this guy, you are saying this guy, they should suffer the same
Woman, that's not
consequences
what
as
I'm
that
saying.
guy. No,
That's
that
not
is
what
what you are saying now. You are saying
That's not what
somebody
I'm
should go
saying.
and put
That's what I'm saying.
one
I
bullet
tried
into them.
I have, from the moment I started receiving that text message, I was telling you, if you listen to my text message, I was making it a personal thing.
I wasn't even reading it. I was just forwarding it back and forth. Anyway,
I
wasn't in your
personal
conversation.
thing.
Yeah.
I said, if I didn't say the government, if I decide that what you are saying is intolerable to me, it's a simple question. Do you deserve one? Period. Because it's not the government that dealt with the man. It's one person who decided that what he is saying is intolerable to him and decide to give him one. So the question I'm asking, if I decide that what Showore is saying is already intolerable to me, does he deserve one? I'm not 22 anyway. So we should be talking about a 19-year-old boy in Nigeria.
No, it doesn't matter. This is what I'm saying to you. You are just narrowing it. Just hold on. Oh. You are narrowing it too singularly to that guy. You are even talking about the age of the guy. It doesn't really matter what age the guy is. Somebody was offended to the point to take the actions that guy took. If he was 19, if he was 90, if he was male, female, it doesn't really matter. Somebody they felt aggrieved, they felt jarred sufficient enough to take that action. So what we're really talking about is somebody taking a public position that is controversial and radical, and then because if you take a public position that is controversial and radical, then it's almost inbuilt into that there will be objectors to it, people that are viscerally jarred by what you have to say, people that are moved in a personal. Just hold on. They are moved in a personal level. So a lot of people are moved, but some people may be moved towards taking an action, and that was what we saw play out with Charlie Kirk. So what he did, it wasn't just some average man on the street. It wasn't just some average man on the street. The guy just didn't randomly go out and look at the person next to him and shot him. What happened was as a result of a public position that this guy has taken. So that was an extreme consequence, but a consequence nevertheless. What's happening to Nnamdi Kanu right now is as a result of a controversial position, radical position that he has taken. Sunday Igboho similarly. So you are looking at the singular thing that happened to that guy, and you are saying that's the consequence then that has to translate all the way through. No, it's in different ways. All of this, all radical opinions get consequenced in one way or the other, but this guy was consequenced to the extreme. Do you understand? It's not complex.
One man. You are not getting my point. Honestly, you are not getting my point. If you are gingering environment and the government of that nation feel it deemed to call you to order, either by arrest you, seizing your passport, demanding you, cautioning you, everything, that's a different thing. That one is that they have seen that you are encroaching into the constitution and the existence of that nation. That's a total different thing. You can't bring the two together. That's a total different thing. That's not violence. That's not violence. What is violence? What this guy did and what has been happening all over the world. If someone somewhere to take it upon himself that what you are saying is so intolerable to him that his only decision for you, I talk my own, you talk your own. I've been telling people that that's how that guy got my attention. He's not like.
But by saying black people should be
Listen,
put
let me
back
tell
in
you.
chains,
Let me tell you.
that's how we got your
Thank God,
attention.
thank God the person that was sending that ridiculous text messages and videos even showed where he lost woefully to the argument. And to you, that is not interesting. That somebody will give you an opportunity for you people to sit down. Let's match it out. Talk your own, I talk my own. And at the end of the day, you win. Is that not the best way of activism? You look the person straight instead of those ones like Showore that will stand in the crowd and talk rubbish and
But
wave
it's
their
not.
hands. I will hold on. I will keep calling
It's not.
Showore.
Yeah,
I know why I'm calling
it does.
him.
It doesn't really matter about Shore. Shore is not.
I
But you
will
can
keep
carry on
calling him
calling.
Sunday Ananda Kalu Gumi and
Yes,
this because these
yes.
people have caused a lot of trouble in that. You are not telling me that they have consequences with the nation because the nation feel they're breaking some rules. I'm not talking about that. That's a total different thing.
No, how is it different?
It's different because your nation is telling you that.
Why is the nation going after them?
Because they felt they are encroaching into the rules and regulation of the nation.
In what way? In what way?
Whatever way.
Let's use Sunday Igbo as an example. Why did Buhari send soldiers to go and shoot him up? Why?
Because he's encroaching into the nation's ideology.
No, because it's radicalizing a subsect of the country.
No, don't use that word radicalize.
Is that not what it is?
No,
What other word fit?
Radicalize? Because
what other? It was agitating and radicalizing.
Hold on.
Is that not what it was doing?
Woman, hold on.
It didn't break a traffic law. It didn't break a traffic law.
Okay, why didn't
it break a traffic law? Did he steal sweets in a supermarket? It was radicalizing people.
Nobody died when Boho is doing all those things. That's what you want to tell me. And no person lost his property. Let me hold it there. So if you said it's the same thing, why didn't they arrest Buhari and put him in jail?
Which Buhari?
The Buhari, the president now. Oh, I didn't forget to mention
what's the comment?
He's one of those that stroke, according to you, radicalization too.
Right.
And he did that. Nobody gave him one. He walked his way to become the president and walk away. So what am I saying in essence?
Look, there's no logical consistency to your argument.
That if a government of a nation holds somebody responsible that he's trying to destabilize his nation, that is a consequence enough compared to when one man stood up and took it upon himself to take a decision that what his fellow man is saying is so disgusting and irritating to him that he should give him one. You are trying to level the two as the same.
No, you're the one that brought Showore and the rest of them into the conversation.
Yes,
I was talking about. Yes, but and I'm saying is exactly the same thing.
It's not.
It is.
Excuse me. If you guys believe, because those people are still living anyway.
Yes.
If you people believe that your standard is when somebody is trying to radicalize some people somewhere, he should get one. So why is Showore?
But nobody said that now. Who has ever said that? Who has ever said that? If somebody is trying to radicalize others, they should get. Who has ever said that?
The person sending me those text messages is saying that if you try to radicalize somebody, it's good you get this.
Well, yes, that's the consequence he suffered.
Okay, so why is Showore and Gumi and Nnamdi Kalu Njoko?
You're not. Oh God.
What you know
the problem, Zita. You talk but you don't listen. If you listen, then you see you are talking about. Oh, okay. There's one ultimate
factor. Two different things. Don't join me together.
I'm not saying two different things.
I'm saying two different things.
Okay, what two different things am I saying?
You are saying a different thing. Not two. I'm saying a different thing. You are saying a different thing. You are saying that if somebody tries to radicalize, that he gets consequences one way or the other.
Right. Yes.
That is not the consequence I'm talking about. I'm talking about death.
Yes, but that's a consequence too.
I'm talking about death.
Yeah, but that is a consequence too.
By one man who took a decision on his own to commit it.
Why did he take that decision?
Because the person's voice and words and phrases are intolerable to him.
Right.
So that's the same thing.
Okay. No, hold on. No, just stay there. Don't run away. Don't run into a funk again. Stay where you are there. You just said now that somebody took the decision to end this guy because he could not abide what he was saying.
Somebody who is not in government.
Yes, somebody who is not in government, an average citizen. He took the decision to end this guy because he could not abide what he was saying. So why did he take that decision to end? So it was not walking down the road and just see a random guy, did he? He took that decision to end this guy as a consequence of where this guy stood and what he was saying in terms of ideology, philosophy, and radicalization. So it's the consequence of what this guy was doing that led that guy to take that action. Similarly, Nnamdi Kanu, he was radicalizing. Sunday Igboho, he was radicalizing. And then as a consequence of that radicalization, they vested violence upon them. The violence was vested upon them now.
No,
whether they escaped with their life or
no, that's still living.
When
You're not getting my point.
So is that because they did not? No, hold on. I get your point fully.
To get the point.
No, everybody gets your point.
No,
but you are going to this narrowness that everybody must lose their life because Charlie Scott lost his.
That is not what I'm saying.
No, that's what you are saying now. That is exactly what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
You are saying Sowore has not lost his life. So why has he not lost his life? Why has Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu not? I understand you fully. There's no complexity in what you're saying.
Sending me a text message.
No, leave that. Go to the conversation itself. Oh God. It's not here now, so there's no point in you going on about it. Yeah, but it's not here now. It's not here to batter you back.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, but he's not here to batter you back. So what's the point in you launching at him?
You're not getting me. You don't understand me. What I am saying is that if you believe that I is the best answer for somebody who you assume that is radicalizing. So I'm asking, how
does the guy advocate violence? This guy, this Charlie Kirk, does he advocate violence? He doesn't. To you, or in actual fact?
He doesn't.
All right.
If you call me today and say that guy advocates violence, I will tell you no. Because I cannot be assuming what you are saying today, what we do in future, compared to somebody who is saying it now and it's happening. I don't live such life. You are saying that what he's saying might cause trouble in future. But these ones are saying it now and it's happening. So why would I look at somebody and say, this thing he's saying today will cause trouble in future, and I will ignore somebody who is saying it now? And you ask me, is that person going to say? Is that person saying something that will cause trouble?
Who has been ignored? Hold on. Who has been ignored? Who has been ignored?
What do you mean by who has been ignored?
You are saying people are saying radicalizing stuff and they're being ignored. So who's been ignored? It should already been ignored. No. You are.
I said I cannot. You said I should leave Sowore out of it. I said no. I cannot ignore somebody who is saying something now, and I am seeing the fate of what he's saying, like Nnamdi Kanu, Njoku, Sowore Gumi, and Sonny Igboho. Seeing with my two naked eyes that what they are saying now is already causing mayhem. I will ignore them and then face somebody who is saying something with my two naked eyes. I have not seen the violence, and I will say, oh, what he's saying now is going to cause violence in the future. I wouldn't do that.
All right. These things that Nnamdi Kanu, Igboho, and Sowore are saying that is causing violence, is the government ignoring them? As they continue to do that,
God of mercy. The government is if the government is ignoring them.
No. Answer the question first. So at least we establish something.
Listen. Listen to me.
No, answer the question now.
I don't care.
Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Igboho,
Woman, I don't. If it's the government, if it's the government,
no,
hold on.
answer that question first. Now,
Hold
is
on.
the government ignoring
Woman,
them?
you shouldn't ask me that question. Because that shouldn't even be the discussion in the first place. Because if this guy we are discussing this morning, if he is being arrested by the United States government, we wouldn't be discussing this in the first place. So why are you putting the two of them together? How does that two of them match? Why would we be discussing people who their government is chasing about to somebody or people like Jeff Kennedy, Macon S, and this guy that people wake up one morning and take it upon themselves to buy them? Why would you put two of them together? How does that come together? I don't even know why you are bringing what the government is doing to those people. If those people are being arrested by the government of their country, when who was arrested? Was there riot? If the government hold them responsible, there won't be riot in the streets. If he was arrested by the government, there won't be riot. We wouldn't be discussing it here anyway. Probably mention it and keep quiet. I don't even understand this argument in the first place. Please take me to the topic of today.
All right, neither do I. But what we're just establishing is actions and consequences. And you cited the example of Showore, Kanu, Igboho, and everybody knows that as a result of their actions, they had consequences. This guy also had a consequence, but sadly, it was the ultimate prize. But nevertheless, a consequence of his action. Just like Nnamdi Kanu now in incarceration, consequence of his action. Sunday Igboho's home was shut up. 2-3 people died. Consequence of his action. Showore, always in detention, consequence of his action. So it's actions and consequences. That's just the totality of that. Yes.
Woman, do you know what? I will say this thing jovially, and I will rest my case on this topic. Jovially, when it was a black man, as I said earlier on, the way he died redeemed the way he lived. Nobody remembered all the jargon he did. We concentrated on the gruesome murder. And that's why everybody erupted. I take that one aside. I keep it one place. Let me say this to people who are listening to me this morning. I want to tell our young ones they should go back to history and fast. I'm not a fan of history, except the ones I see the artwork. I will close by saying this. You guys do not, I notice that most people are celebrating. You guys do not know, have a clue how violent the Caucasians can be. You don't have a clue. Nobody. People doing all these things, people don't know. But let me say this. As of today's world, today, they have the money. They have the power. They have the connections. They have the brain. They have the tech. Above all, the one kind of funny ethnic group who are ready to open their vote to support what they believe in. That's why when they buy you, you're made. I pray you guys don't work them.
But which guy is working? But I'm not quite sure how that thing
I'm
you said.
saying something. Woman, let me finish my gibberish. You know, I speak a lot of gibberish.
Yes.
I speak gibberish most times.
No, not all the time.
I speak gibberish about that. No hard feelings. I love speaking gibberish.
No, you don't speak gibberish, but you want to be categorical with. All right. All right. Speak in parable, and then we decipher it. Right.
I still carry you guys' color. Let me conclude by saying this. The day we work them, if we think that the brown, the red, and the yellow people will join us, the joke is on us. Put me to the next topic of today, I beg.
No, hold on. Who is us, though? And I'm not quite sure where you're leading with that one. There's no black anything in the Charlie Kirk narrative. is the guy that went after him is exactly of his own stock, politically, racially, in orientation. So why is the threat now
Woman,
being thrown at
you
black
see
people?
now,
Where
politically orientation, one man. You see, this is why I
is
said that. What?
the guy that went up is a conservative MAGA
Okay,
from
yeah,
Utah?
yeah.
Yes,
You see, you
white
said it before. You
white
said
boy.
it before.
So why are the black people being threatened?
Woman, you said this before, and I made a reference to what happened in New York last December. You are still saying it again. Let's say common sense. A conservative will not shoot a conservative because of his conservative push. I rest my case. One man, can you take me to the next topic now? This is common sense now. The guy
All right.
is pushing extreme far right, and the far right person will not shoot a far right because of his pushing a far right.
All right. Are you saying that the person that they are
One man, we get to that next. By next 2 weeks, we discuss that.
all right. So hold on. So you are talking about a radical far right government.
It's not. The boy is not right.
Hold on.
The boy
Hold
is
on.
not right.
Oh,
Can you put that down?
No. Now the conversation is in open glare. Now we have an
I
audience.
said put down that Zita said the guy is not right.
No, you can say anything, but let's just establish what we know. You have a right-wing government in situation. You have a right-wing golden boy traversing the universities, radicalizing impressionable minds, and then you have a right-wing boy from his own same stock that ending his life.
I said the boy is not right.
And then you are now well. It comes from a I don't know what is backdrop. Hold on, it comes from a conservative MAGA family in Utah.
I said the boy is not right.
Yeah, well, maybe you know him better than anyone, but that's his backdrop.
I said the boy is not right.
Can you just no? You don't have to
apologize to me when the news come out.
That's what. That the boy was he has left wing leaning.
It's not right.
Look, just listen. Look, Zita, everybody has access to information. You have an interpretation, but I'm not sure that you have access to information that nobody else has. Because I'm not quite sure you're an FBI agent or whatever. But what we do know, yes, what we do know, let's just establish what we do know. We have a right-wing government. You have a right-wing golden boy whose life was ended by a boy from a right-wing MAGA conservative background. So whatever his personal politics is, which is what I think you're trying to infer, that he may come from a conservative MAGA family, but his personal politics leans in whatever direction. But what we know of his talk, the background of his life, his home family, they are conservative MAGA. So, and he's white as well. So why then is black people being threatened with consequences when they're not factored at all in the whole thing? So I just don't get it, man. Let's go to Sanusi, who's applauding Tinubu'S removal of the oil subsidy. Yes.
As I said before, I've made my comment jovially, and I close again by telling you the boy is not right. Period. But if you feel there is a story,
is he white? Is the boy white?
Of course, he's white now.
Oh, okay. It is because we can just bring it up immediately. Yes. Does it come from a conservative MAGA family?
A Christian home, not a conservative. Well, if it's a Christian home,
they vote conservative now. The family's politics is known now.
I said the boy.
I'm not talking about the. Just leave the boy. I'm talking about the what we do know. So we know that he's white. We know he comes from Utah.
A Christian home.
Yes, he comes from a Christian home, and more to it, he comes from a conservative voting MAGA family. That is known. That is known.
But he's not conservative.
Yes, whatever. What consequences that is still a white boy from a conservative background.
So,
That's
what?
just it.
Anyway, what you're saying is that
why
it
then
would have made more sense to
why then will the Caucasians first be unleashed on black people
you will not understand one man
because a
but
white
I will
boy
remind
killed
you in future.
another white man?
I will remind you in future.
Yeah, it's just there's no logical consistency.
Hold on, I made a comment here. You people are concentrating on white and black, whether the guy is white, who killed who is black, or who killed who is white, or who died is black, or who died is white. The first statement I made here is that the way somebody died redeemed the way the person lived. That is the first comment I made here. If that is the standard, it should be standard for everybody, whether you're black or white or red or purple or yellow. If the way you died, everybody will get angry at the way you died, forgetting the life you live, and say, whatever is the case, the person should not be killed like this. It should be a standard for everybody. Whether you're white, being killed by white, or you're white being killed by black, or you're black being killed by white. That should be the standard. Nobody deserves to be murdered gruesomely. That's my point this morning. Whether it is a black person that killed a black white person or a black person, no. The standard should be the way you died should redeem the way you live. If that is the standard that we use in breaking the whole place, pulling down structures, getting angry in 2020, that should be the standard. You shouldn't watch your fellow human beings being chopped off and you say, hey, it's the life he lived. That is actually rot in the society. It is rot. That is what I'm saying. I hope I've made my point now. Take me to the topic of the day. You still come back.
Yes, you've made your point. What we are saying essentially is that the death of this guy is going to lean more people towards his politics, which will then consequence on people that his politics vest against.
It's something we will watch.
Yeah, so
and see.
it's just
Hold on.
It's just it will
speak gibberish now.
Don't worry about speaking gibberish. It will fade away just like everything else fades away. By next week, it will be forgotten with another outlandish something happening from Israel or whatever. But yes.
What did you say? I said again.
No, I said by next. Look. The cycle of news because we're living in a fast changing world. We are seeing a lot of rebalancing going on in the world. Every single week there's something outlandish that just jars people's senses. So people say, just hold on. This is things that are known that's been happening. Look, how many outlandish things do we hear from Nigeria all the time? How many outlandish? Look at the world. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. Look at what's going on in Eastern Europe. So it was outlandish. What was going on in Eastern Europe was the most outlandish thing until the outlandish thing going on in the Middle East superseded that. Who's talking about the Ukrainian war anymore? Now we're talking about this guy. And by the next week, another outlandish thing will happen, and then the cycle continues. So forget all of that now. It's just you know what they say in this country is tomorrow's fish and chips paper. It'll just be another cycle in the news.
One week, one trouble.
Yes, 1 week, one trouble now. But by next week, I guarantee you, we'll be outraged by something totally new that's not yet happened. That's just been the way things have been going for the last however many years. It's just the way of the world that we live in now. But do you want to speak on the Sanusi endorsing Tinubu'S? Yes.
What? Woman. He said that but I heard they're still paying that subsidy.
I don't think they are anymore. I think they paid it for a period of time Or are you saying because there's no sharp fluctuation in the price of fuel?
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Somebody told me they're paying it, but not as they're paying it before. That's what I'm
I
trying.
wonder. I wonder if it's actually Dangote that is absorbing that. You know, maybe it's built into the pricing already. I wonder.
So how much is it now?
I think they said it's about 900 thereabout now. It's maintained at that. I'm not as the price of crude held steady over the last few months because the price of petrol has held steady in Nigeria. In fact, it's promising to reduce it to 800 and something Dangote. So that tells you then it's built in a quite a big margin.
But why is it cheaper outside of Nigeria?
Yes, I was reading. I caught in the news cycle that they're saying Dangote's fuel is cheaper in Togo than it is in Nigeria.
Okay, woman, you know, when you throw news to me, I usually ask some few questions. It's one thing for somebody to say, just as I just said, that it's cheaper in Togo. And it's another thing for somebody to ask questions, is the Togolese government subsidizing it?
No, I don't think they will be. I think, like I said, I think Dangote may well be building a sizable margin into the Nigerian market because the Nigerian economy can insulate that. But if he wants to be selling to other African countries, he cannot sell beyond their affordability. So he builds a lesser margin into that because the Togolese market cannot sustain Nigerian prices.
What kind of economics are you explaining?
It's horses for courses now. It's horses for. Is that not what should is that? I thought that made more sense than because where would be why would there be where would there be a difference between it could well be the Togolese government subsidizing it, but I doubt if they have the economy
Just
to
like
do that.
the way your Nigerian government was subsidizing in those days and they were selling it in Togo.
Yeah, they're saying it's cheaper by 65 naira in Togo.
Yeah, you might be subsidizing it.
So they'll be smuggling Togo from Togo back into Nigeria, which is a real turnaround, isn't it? They'll now be smuggling oil from Togo into Nigeria. Can you imagine that?
Maybe.
But no, I think that subsidy has been fully removed. At least that's
One man, before we crucify Dangote with the price, why don't we find out whether they are subsidizing it?
In Togo?
Yes, it might be possible. It might be possible because so many places in the world they do subsidize that product.
Yeah, yes. Let's see. Let's ask your sister AI. Is oil? Let's use petrol. Is petrol
pump price? Pump price of gas in Togo. Pump price, because it's the pump price that usually subsidized.
Yes, it says yes. Petrol and other petroleum products are subsidized in Togo, though the subsidy system has some complications. It says yes. It says the Togolese government has allocated significant amounts of money to subsidize petrol products for 2025. For example, a budget of 25 billion CFA has been set aside to subsidize petrol, diesel, super unleaded and two-stroke mix. Also, domestic gas is subsidized. Extent of subsidy per petrol. The subsidy varies by type of fuel. According to recent reports, for products like super unleaded, gasoline, diesel, etc., the subsidy can be up to 233 CFA per liter, depending on the fuel size. pump price and comparison with or without subsidy. For example, the government has said that with the subsidy, the price of super unleaded is much lower than what the real cost will be without subsidy. There are comparisons published. 1 liter of super unleaded sold at the pump might be 595 CFA because of subsidy. Without subsidy, it will be 834. The IMF has suggested replacing the generalized. It looks as though they have some. Well, that's quite a sizable amount actually. 834 normal price, subsidized to 595. It looks as though they have subsidy in Togo. Yes.
So we shouldn't criticize. We shouldn't criticize. We thought Dangote was giving it to them for free.
No, I thought it would have weighed their market to see what they can afford, and then sold it to them on that basis.
No, that's no economist now. That's why I was asking you where you got that kind of economist. He will say instead what he will do is to give them a less quantity. If it is unaffordability, it becomes a little bit not there. You can only give a little quantity because that thing is a perishable product. You know that.
Petrol?
Yeah, it's perishable.
I never knew that.
It evaporates now. Not be perishing, don't perish by then.
Even if it's properly stored?
No, the heat now, more especially in places in tropical climate.
So how come they have all these fuel tanks?
In those days, when they do, what do they used to do in Nigeria at that time? They will increase the price.
But what about all these strategic reserves that they have in America that they keep for years and years?
That one, is it not crude?
No, I think it's refined. Is it not refined petrol?
I'll find out. But even at that, if they're doing it underground, it's safer underground. But the moment you bring it out, if you save it on the ground, still, even at that, you are going to lose some quantity at the end of the day. The quantity you saved in gasoline is not the quantity you get after some days. You keep reducing. It might not reduce as fast as that, but it's perishable. Evaporates now. How about? More especially the one for, what is it called, self? I've forgotten their category, self. The lightest one is even the worst. The one they use for planes. Those ones are worse. The evaporate is a perishable good. It's not something you produce and keep for.
I know that if you draw the parallel between petrol and alcohol, and there's similar parallels to be drawn. So if you have alcohol, if you seal it properly, some people actually store it for years, and it's still drinkable.
The air, when they put those things, it's just like alcohol, yeah, including perfume. It will still lose, the air will go. If you use perfume half, it doesn't mean that it will be so noticeable and so bad, no. But the air in it, that's why most people like me that like using perfume, what I do is that when I buy, I use it like some millimeters and leave it. That particular one I will use it in a year or 2 years time. I'll start using it. Man, that time the air is gone. When you take a drop, people will be asking you what you like, but I use it. It doesn't last this 12, 13 hours. They do. It's perishable. More especially that red one that they give us in Nigeria. Come on, they put your hand in it now.
In what?
It cost you before?
Oh, in what?
I mean the fuel. Fuel never touched you before for your hand.
Of course, we never touch. Do you remember those days? Do you remember those days when you kill a goat and then you have to rub petrol on it to burn off the maybe you didn't you that's what we used to do back in the day. Then you rub petrol on it to burn off the air from the yeah we used to no it's rubbed on
Really?
me yes now.
And then you eat it. Then tomorrow now go shout cancer.
Which one be cancer? You burn it off now. Everything burns now.
No.
You know the Nigerian cooking it's insulated. They will cook even the most ardent bacteria or they cook everything to the point of everything dies, you know, and then they pour a lot of spices in it, you know.
See, woman, you see, there is something I noticed when I came here. You know, there's a lot of fish, a lot, and then crayfish.
No, be now they send us panla. Now you people they send us panla now.
A lot. So I noticed something. I roast the crayfish now, the way we they roast crayfish in my oven. Make I they use and they cook the way we they roast crayfish they cook for Nigeria. Oh boy, the thing no get taste though. So I went to the office when I was complaining to one of my colleagues. He said this no, that the taste comes from the wood. So for you to rub fuel on goat to burn it off, that goat will not taste like the goat they put firewood and then burn off the hairs. That one will taste better.
No, na magic formula. Now everything everything joins together.
No,
everything
it's not
joins
magic
together.
formula.
Na magic
I was
formula.
arguing this thing you are arguing until they took me to the market. Then the roasted ones, they begin to write mahogany. Roasted with
You know say you now from Victoria Island, you from Crom. Me now from Mushin in Mushin where I come from. That's how we do it. You know you posh people you do it differently.
No, one man wood gives the meat a different taste.
We know that now, yes.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I'll send you a clip actually. There's this now new culture of really expensive whiskey. Then they'll put it in some sort of shield, and then they'll burn smoke into it. You know, not just smoke or some particular form of herbs that then enhances the taste even more. So yes, of course, yes. I know that. I know what you're saying. Yes.
Then I have to tell my brother to send me a fish from Nigeria. And it tastes quite different. Quite different.
Because of the way we roast it.
Yes.
You know, there's a particular guy in the north. He's on Instagram. That's what he does actually. He almost on an industrial scale. He will roast all of these goat, etc., and then he will seal it, and then all over the world they order from him. The guy is just stinkingly rich, just off the back of some Danladi guy from the north. You know?
They told me here that it will never taste the same because of the wood we use. That those wood we use in burning them, roasting them, that gives it that special taste. You roast crayfish here, you use and nobody go know say you put crayfish for your food though. But that one they bring in.
No be food they eat for that Norway now. Now food they eat. Everything everything tastes just boiled potato and boiled sausages. You know all those Nordic countries. I just see them as boiled potato.
Do you eat lamb?
You know I don't actually eat I don't eat cow. I only ever eat lamb or goat.
And now you
and my wife is on strict they never buy. I don't allow them to buy cow meat in my house.
Now
because it's just tasteless to me. Goat meat especially and maybe lamb sometimes, but certainly. And similarly, I don't even buy. You know, during Christmas, I never buy turkey. It's either I buy geese because turkey is just bland. It's just you might as well eat paper now. It just no matter how much you garnish it, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
You know?
that is,
Yeah.
If a roast turkey from Nigeria bring for you, the thing, if you come here, if you eat lamb and all those things, you like this place very well. They eat lamb a lot. In fact, it's their
But do
staple
they?
food.
But no, they don't season their food. Is the thing now. They just
Huh?
boil everything, put one herb in it, and then they will start singing their and then drink vodka, and that's just it.
No, they make delicious soups with their lamb. It's
You
really
know who makes
nice.
the best?
If you're a lamb lover, you will like their dish.
You know who makes the best soup? It's Jewish people. You know, Jewish people actually make the best soup, especially chicken soup. Yeah.
You don't bring them
There was a time I was obsessed with it. You know, there was a time that my diet was. There was a time I went through this phase. There was a time my diet was baguette, Danish cheese. You know that Danish cheese, the blue one, and mackerel and smoked mackerel, and that was and wine. That was my diet for like 2 years. Baguette, with garnished with Danish blue cheese, smoked mackerel, and red wine. I was eating that for endlessly, you know. And then there was a time that I went through the phase of um, Jewish chicken soup and bread. You know, some French like bread. I think that's when I was trying to be European or whatever. But then I landed back on my trusted. You know what my favorite thing is now. You know, cow leg. You know, they say it has no nutrition. That's my favorite. And then
So you eat
eba.
omo?
I never used to. But especially the proper cow leg. Now I like pomo. I never used to eat. I hated eba as a kid. You know, I hated eba as a kid, but now it's my go-to meal. You know, eba with okra
At your
or
age, now
no,
you don't like eba.
but eba is not a heavy. It's pounded yam that you should avoid. I think eba is quite. It doesn't sit on in you that heavy. What
So which
conversation?
eba are you
Eh?
talking about? You mean Gary?
Yeah, Gary. Now,
God
what did you?
forbid. I hate that thing,
You hate Gary,
Ay, ay, ay,
and
ay,
you call
ay.
yourself a Nigerian. Please
No, no,
send
no,
your
no, no. I don't mind. I
passport back
don't
to the
mind
embassy.
fufu. I don't mind pounded yam.
No,
Religion, but
but me, I
Gary.
don't like pounded yam because
I
it's too
don't like
heavy.
Gary.
You know.
I can't eat Gary. Oh.
No, it depends on the soup, or you eat Gary if you have the
No,
right.
I won't
If
eat
my
Gary.
wife does the cooking, I think you like it. Yeah.
I don't like Gary. It's, as long as the soup will be eaten with Gary, not me. Even when I was in Nigeria, I don't eat Gary. Pounded yam, maybe a little fufu, maybe a little, but not Gary. I just don't like that. And I see people throw it inside the water and use spoon and be scooping it into their mouth.
Try it with milk. You know. There was a phase. This was like in my Nigerian days. It was milk with lots of ice, and then epa ground nut, and then sugar. That was a delicacy. That was and then with roasted fish to the side if you are lucky. That was that not a delicacy? You've never lived. This is what I say now. You Victoria Island people, you don't know how to
I'm not
live.
Victoria Island, but I was.
Come to Moshe and then we teach you what life is all about.
No, I wasn't brought up with eba. Eba is not a food in our house. We don't eat eba now.
You don't eat gari in your house?
No gari, no. But we swallow fufu up and the
You know there was one thing I saw. I saw this on these little clips that you see online. There was this extreme yellow to the point of being orange sort of starch. How do you pronounce that word? That they eat in the south. Like some glutinous sort of. I've never seen. It looks like something. It looks like something that the mechanic, like that the mechanics scrape out of a car. You
like
know,
potty.
they eat funky things in it. I could never try that. I could never eat in the south. Anyway, I don't trust them. They are a bit weird.
Their banga soup tastes nice. So.
Yeah, it looks like custard. Thank you. You know what? Fast and slow. Yeah, fast is too slow. Yes. Yeah.
It looks like custard or
Yeah, it looks like custard. Yes,
It looks like potty, yellow potty. You know, potty they use in making. These people use for mechanics. Those they are potty. That's what that is. They make it. It looks like potty, yellow potty, or thick custard. I don't even know how somebody eats that thing. They call it starch.
Yeah, you know, like T. Majek was just saying back in the day, you know, when you wanted your clothes to your shirt to stand up straight, you put starch in it a little bit to make it stand up straight, and that's what they eat in the South. All these weird people. No wonder they look the way they look.
Like Wiki.
Eh? No, Wika is not a good representation. No, their women are very beautiful, actually. Let me show you one of my friends from the South. She's quite a stunning looking girl. Well, carry on. She's I say my friend. She's somebody that I follow. I
lived in the South Side. Their women did not. They didn't quite impress me when it comes to beauty.
You don't think?
It's the Igbo girls and the Fulani girls. Those are the people I come into their midst. Their beauty is quite impressive. But throughout my stay in the South, the South,
yeah, no, I think
wasn't impressive to me anyway.
I think the Fulanis have the best looking women, hands down.
Igbo girls are pretty.
Yes, the pretty ones can be extremely pretty. The Igbo ones. You see, this is an example of a South girl. Yeah, you cannot tell me that their women are not. Yeah, that's Akubeze. Is Akubeze? Is it a South name or an Igbo name?
Akubeze is Igbo.
All right.
Unless she's from Ikwere.
I'm not sure, but her father was important under Wike's administration, so
maybe she's Ikwere girl. Akubeze is an Igbo name. Either she's from Emo or Bakere, Ikwere, all those areas. The answer Igbo name. The answer Igbo name. Maybe she's from that area, which is almost an Igbo person anyway.
Don't let them, you know they're still fighting you on that one. Don't say it too loudly. The Ikwere people are fighting you on that one.
Ikwere girls, you can mistake
it's Amechi, is it not Ikwere as well?
Amechi is Ikwere. Wike is Ikwere.
Wike is Ikwere. Yeah.
Ikwere girls, you can mistake them for Igbo girls. They are pretty too. But throughout my stay in the southern part of the South, they are girls, they are beauty. It wasn't
they're historically light skinned, aren't they? The Ikwere women, those South women, their skin texture is light.
I know it's Calabari people that are light skinned because they mixed a lot with white people. Calabari and Okrika. They have a lot of light skin.
And you know, that's one of the mysteries as well about Igbo women. The mystery has always been, why are they that light skinned, especially coming from a rainforest dense sort of region? They attribute it to mixing with the Portuguese. I don't buy that. That's something they I don't think quite the genetics of the Igbo race has still been fully explored. Have you not noticed that they're excessively light-skinned in the Southeast?
Yeah, but Southeast girls. So that see, is
it from Carol White? Is it from Carol White? Because
No, don't go there. You see, in Igbo land, they have what I call diverse beauty. You can see an Igbo girl, you might even mistaking her for another tribe. They have a lot of beautiful girls. Well, Nigeria as a country have diverse beauty. Because in Nigeria, you will see all manner of beautiful girls. The ones that can look like Ethiopian, the ones that can look like a Somalian, the ones that can look like a Nigerian, the ones that can look like... We have diverse beauty in Nigeria, honestly.
I have to concede that, actually, because my two favorite Nigerian women, they're actually Igbo, Bianca Ojukwu and Oji from Arise TV. You know, if you're talking about classical beauty, then, you know, they fall into that classical sort of beauty.
Igbo girls are pretty. Fulani girls are pretty too.
Yeah, but their
Kanuri girls.
prettiness is more of an Arabian sort of inflection. But if you're talking the Fulani girls, their beauty is more like a North African Arabian sort of beauty. So yes, but if you're talking about proper black beauty, then you want to cite. That's why they always take Bianca Ojoko on every foreign journey now to go and
Igbo girls
intimidate
now, and
to,
Igbo
to
girls.
to go and intimidate them. You know, she's tall, she's statuesque. You know, she has chiseled looks, high cheekbones. You know, all those things.
Igbo girls, they have very beautiful legs. If they're tall,
Bianca
they're tall.
Ojukwu, former Fani Kayode girlfriend.
Yes, was she a beauty queen? I think she was a beauty queen once upon a time. Now, when she was Bianca, or no, was she Miss something or the other?
She
was a former Miss
Miss
Nigeria now.
She was former Miss Nigeria. And then she came second runner of Miss World because she tripped.
On the stage?
Yeah, she tripped.
Oh God.
You know, I watched the video. Somebody showed me the video here. Miss World, I think it was that year. I don't know. It's Miss Venezuela that won that Miss World. I went to a family house here, and they showed me that video. They have it they converted it until it was in a flash drive.
Ojukwu used the Biafra war proceed to marry her now.
But you know, I was doing a thing on Ojukwu because I was looking into his personal sort of. I wanted to do something on Ojukwu women. Do you know this guy has gone through about 4 women? Ojukwu.
You know, his father is very rich. You understand?
Yes, now.
And then he was also he got the Igbos during the Biafra war. They gave him all their money now. So the guy was just enjoying his life.
Even when he was in exile in Cote d'Ivoire somewhere, he married some woman.
You know, he collected naira pounds that Nigeria were using that time. Collected it from them because they foolishly gave their money to him to exchange for Biafra money, which is just an ordinary paper. So, and he went away with the money. So, while he was legal in Cote d'Ivoire, he was living a palatial life now.
Yeah, but he's always lived that now, like you said. You know, his father was one of the first to have a Rolls Royce in Nigeria.
And then, even when he came back, they gave him back all his father's wealth because they have a lot of houses in Ikoyi and Lagos Island. So he lost nothing. It's the common Igbo people that lost a lot in that war.
You know what I always wonder about people like Ojukwu? How is able to then come back to the normalcy of life, sleep and wake up, laugh and cry, just like nothing happened. You know, I wonder about all these genocidal sort of people.
It was, you know, when his people actually did not see anything wrong in what he did to them. You understand? He was welcome. They gave him a royal welcome back. And in the same country that where he wanted to sit from, he contested so many times before he dies to even become president. So up till now, they are still following, they are still eulogizing him, they are still seeing him as an hero.
Yes. I'm not an Ojukwu man, you know. I don't. And usually, I like people that are well spoken, like Ojukwu, but there's just something about him. Like for instance, I like Saldana, even though I don't like his politics, but I just like his oratory prowess. But Ojukwu has a strong command of language as well.
Yeah,
but I just don't like him somehow. I don't know why.
I like his choice of phrases.
Yes.
He has very good command in English lexics and structure.
And you know he speaks Yoruba decently well as well.
Too.
Yes.
But I'm not. That thing he did to Igbos. If I am to decide, he won't be buried in Igbo land. He'll be thrown into Atlantic Ocean. If I say it, they will come after me. You see how I screw my own
But
head?
Zika, what is only few Igbos that sees it the way you see it now. It's only few people that see like that.
You know, when I speak now, they will come after me. Thank God that they are not seeing me to give me one. They will come here to abuse me. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Who is in here now? Is it Remy?
Yes, it's Remi's brother, twin brother.
Simba.
Why did they always call you Remy Simba? But they never call Remy Simba.
No,
It's
we
you.
call
They
them
call
the
you.
same.
They call you Remy, but they never call Remy Simba.
No, I call Remy Simba sometimes.
And your voice don't even sound alike because Remy's voice is somewhat high pitched, isn't it? So now,
I
wow,
don't
but
know I don't know why they usually mistaking me for Remy. I don't know.
maybe because your politics is very similar. I think that might well be why.
And there are
But
some other people who share the same sentiment with us. They don't confuse. I think maybe they are confusing our voice. I don't know. And to me, I don't think we sound alike.
do you concede Zita's point that in terms of the beauty, how do you now that these topics has deviated into gisting, do you concede what's your beauty hierarchy in Nigeria? And don't go ethnic, or just be honest. What's your beauty hierarchy?
I'll go for the Fulanis, followed by the Edos. The Edo
No,
girls.
no, the Edo girls are not pretty now.
You know, have you
They are
been
not
there?
fine. No.
Have you been there?
I see enough of them. All this Alero and all this kind of.
You don't know.
No. Even Yoruba girls are prettier than the Edos now.
It's not true. Go if you see the Ishan girls. In fact, this one that you are talking about, why are the Igbos ladies fair in complexion? When you get there, you hardly see a dark woman there. I think they have this thing that they normally do right from birth that normally tone their skin. I think that's what they do. Because what we explain having different complexion of men and women. The women are fair, then the men are dark. What we explain that genetically.
I wouldn't rate the Edo
I
women
think they
above the
prepare
Igbo
them right
women.
from birth. Let me tell you, they prepare them right from birth to look like that. Believe me. And if you go to the
is there anything like that? Is there anything like that?
That what?
To prepare someone to be fair or darker.
I don't know.
Yes, now people do it now.
In what way? But you mean rubbing
I
Caro
know a
White?
woman. I've seen a woman that started toning her daughter right from birth. The kind of skin and the cream that she used and everything. Yes, people do it.
That will not last. But by the time the child is about 8 or 9.
What is it? Sorry. What? Okay. So you want to tell me that they have different genetic makeup? Something that will make the girls to be lighter and then the guys to be dark.
Yeah, but okay, maybe in the southeast, some of the men are light skinned too. But
They are not. They are not. How many Southeastern guys that you know that are light skinned?
I only know they are actors now, but most of them are light skinned. A lot of the ones I know.
So there's a difference between, you can see a glaring difference between the Yoruba guys and the Igbo guys in terms of complexion.
We Yoruba, we light in complexion. Like myself now, I'm very light in complexion. So
yeah, but
I even think that woman. I even think that Yoruba's men have more light complexion guys than the Igbos.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Are you sure? The average Igbo guy is light skinned now, is he not?
Yeah, the Igbo guys are very light skinned. Even they look like mixed race. Some of them they look like mixed race.
Yeah, there's this girl, a very aggressive girl like that. She's a social media personality. Oh, I can't remember her name now. She's always doing this bombastic sort of. If you look at, she's so light skinned, almost to the point of being albino, and then her eyes are brown. You know, her eyes are, no. She has green eyes, like an European blonde. You know. I don't know. Somebody needs to explore the genetics of the Southeasterners. There's something
Yeah, it's
going on there.
because from beginning they are mixed with white blood. That's why.
Yeah, that's what they say. That is the Portuguese. That the Portuguese
Yeah.
changed their genetics.
But excuse me, if you look
That's
at even when the Portuguese came to the eastern corridor of Nigeria, they didn't have contact even with the Igbos first. They didn't have contact. If you go to history, the people that have the first contact are the Shekiris, the Jos, and are even the one that will go interland and go and bring the Igbos that they use for slave trade. So I don't know what. So why did they now choose the Igbo to mix with and leave the other tribe that even have contact with them first? So all these are theories that cannot be proven.
Yeah, but okay.
But then how do you explain the light skin? Yeah.
The what you people are just talking. Me, I can't. It's not that obvious. It's just like the Igbos have a way of projecting whatever traits that they have, and by the time they start saying it every now and then, it imprints on our this thing, and everybody will start saying it.
Let's say the truth. Those guys.
Okay.
Asking seriously.
You know, Simba. We can experiment it right now. Let's just type in Igbo girl. Let's see what.
I mean, maybe that is why they said they came from Israel. Now they said they came from Israel.
Oh, okay. So if you type in Igbo girl, so you see, they are mainly light skinned. Well, I think this proves so. And then if you type in Yoruba girl, they get darker. Yeah, Yoruba. Yeah.
So what is the difference?
I know I can't say any difference, to be honest, but but yeah.
We watch Nollywood. We watch Nollywood. To me, there's no difference between anybody. We just like some people are just loud and make it more obvious. That's just it. If you go and take it one for one, it might not be that obvious. This thing that people are just projecting.
It's what we see now. It's what we see. For instance, now, those people that are your faces now, you see most of them, they're very light skin. Most of them that we know, compared to our home people. You understand? Even some Fulani, they are very, very light as well. So it's everywhere. You know, I can't pinpoint that this person.
Maybe what is happening to you people is see finish now. You don't see your own finish now, so you go appreciate them now.
Yeah, that's true, sir. That's true.
No. In the beauty hierarchy, I won't concede to you that those are prettier than the Igbos. No.
Yoruba is prettier than Edo. What will say that? Yoruba is very.
It is Simba that is suggesting. Kenny, Zita and I were somewhat agreeing that the prettiest women in Nigeria are the Fulanis and the Southeasterners.
Yes, Fulani and Hausa girls. They're very, very beautiful. Beautiful ladies. Fulani and Hausa. If Hausa girl, forget about the last skin of Fulani. If you see the Hausa girls, oh my God. And especially if they have money. If they know that have money, you see the beauty on them, you be bow. You know, but so you both are not beautiful. They have this big issues. How can I say in English? You know, but some of them are beautiful. I'm not gonna say that.
These people will kill me with laughter.
But the Fulanis don't marry outside of their culture is the thing. You know, I'm not sure that many.
They do. Some of them are to be. Ogbeni marry Fulani now.
Oh yeah, that's true actually. Ogbeni marry
They do a lot. They do a lot now. Maybe that one that you are saying maybe like 50 or 100 years ago. They marry outside their ethnic.
Igbo said that they don't normally marry outside that they marry outside now like anything.
No, the average Yoruba man is married to an Igbo woman. No, the Igbos married. Maybe it's even the Yorubas that don't marry outside the Yorubas.
Let me ask you, woman. You like making statement that you say an average Yoruba man marrying an Igbo woman. Where did you get that one from?
Well, I know in my family, one of my brothers, there's an Igbo wife in virtually every Yoruba household. in virtually everyone.
No, not like that. No, not to that extent. Maybe you say maybe like 4%.
No, it'll be more than that now.
Mama, I can tell you it's like 4%. I'm telling you, it's not that much. But we are marrying each other now. Even Nigerians, they marry outside that they marry.
Even the only went to marry an Igbo wife. And they're laughing as well. The one that died.
He's just counting among his wife now. So anyway, I don't see anything bad in we marry each other. Honestly, we just have to. It's just because of this hatred that people have started putting in each other's mind. You know what I mean? So that's why we are talking about tribe. We're not supposed to be talking about this. You know what I mean? Marrying a Hausa girl or Igbo girl or Yoruba. I don't say anything bad than that. My wife is from Ghana. I married a Ghana wife. My first wife is from Isigbira, girl in Nigeria. My third wife is Oyinbo.
What?
You know why it looks like it's skewed towards.
You sound like Baba, who is just going around the world marrying every woman.
I have 3 wives now.
Anyway, you're an artist, so it's allowed. You know, it's a different life for an artist, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not something that someone planned for, but situation happened. Then you move along with your life. So that's what happened. You know what I mean? So, but right now I'm with my wife. She's from Ghana. So, and I have 3 kids with her. We're happy. So,
You know that
Is it from here, Ghana, from London, Ghana, or Ghana?
No. Actually, she was born in Nigeria. Then during the Ghana must go 1983 or so. Then the father took them back to Ghana because her father was a pharmacist in Nigeria then. So then she grew up in Ghana. Then she came to UK 2007. 2006. Yes, 2006.
So it's like a UK Ghana, not Ghana. Yeah.
No, UK Ghana, yes. So, well, she speaks Ghana fluently, and you know, she's an African girl anyway. She's not that UK Ghana because she just came to UK. It's not about 70 years ago. So, you know, and I met her 3 months after she come here.
When she was still naive, you quickly took advantage. Look at this guy. Look at that. It's like Jack on Larry, you know.
Meta.
Better. But what about the athlete girls? Your daughter that is an athlete, a footballer.
That one, mistress, now you both got born that for me.
So that was in between the Nigerian one and the Ghanaian one.
Yes.
Wow.
That's my second daughter.
You know, sometimes I wonder if I missed out not living that sort of freewheeling sort of life. You know, I wish I was Muslim sometimes and I can marry 10 wives. Or how many wives are there entitled? You marry 10 wives or whatever it is. You build a harem.
Sometimes, one man, this kind of life is good, but sometimes it's not even good. You know what I mean? It's headache, but if you can handle it, up to now, the Oyinbo wife, she should be jealous. The last 2 weeks ago, all of them traveled to France. So my Oyinbo daughter come with she traveled with them, and the mother was.
Kenny, can you really say you have 3 wives? Can you really say you have 3 wives?
I don't want to say something on the internet that I'm doing. So
because if you have women that are not staying with you, maybe one goes and that one come. It's not 3 wives that you have now.
Person where I see the knack, you see they tell me.
You can be doing what is not there, but you can't consider them as your wife.
Okay.
The person born picking is still a nakam.
I wonder.
One man, to your law, one man. Kill on so ye.
Wife, the hello. Look at that. Oh God.
Even the one within Joseph, I see they do. So
you no go release them to go find another. You just look at this guy. Okalagon. Otreba boast ne they won't go. Look at that. Otreba boast ne or Simba Chongba there. Wow.
Oh man, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, we were talking about Sanusi, or we were attempting to talk about Sanusi, who was endorsing Tinubu's removal of the subsidy that Nigeria was on the cusp of bankruptcy before, if Tinubu had not done that. And what Sanusi is saying here, it aligns with what Madam Okonjo-Iweala said, that exactly what should have been done is what has been done, which also in tandem with what Soludo also says, that the policy direction of the country is an inevitability and is the right one. So all of these are national, international financial experts, all in lockstep with how Tinubu is positioned. But our friend from Oka, who is a trader, he knows better.
One man. See,
No, no, no. One man.
Hold on.
Kenny,
Simba.
sorry. Give me this because I want to go to work.
Okay.
Just let me say something about it for like 2-3 minutes.
Continue.
Okay, thank you. One man. I don't think even the man from Moka that you're talking about is against subsidy removal. I think what they're just doing is just playing politics with it. All the opposition, when they ask them, are they going to resume subsidy or put subsidy back? They don't say no. They will not say yes. They don't say yes to it. And most of them will say, oh no, what we are going to do is to manage the proceed better. To manage the proceed better. Any right thinking person in that country that know a little bit of economy, we know that that subsidy is not sustainable. But when you see people that are against it, if you check right deep inside their mind, they know that that is the right way to go. But they are just playing politics. They're just playing politics. That is it. And earlier on, I heard you and Zita talking about that the price of petrol in Togo is actually less than in Nigeria. That's not true. Even that 595 CFA that you are talking about is more than 1,000, is almost 1,600 naira. So Nigerians can just say anything and people will not go and fact check and look at it deeply. That 595 CFA is more than even in the remotest place in Nigeria, you can't get petrol at that price. So to me, okay, imagine in 2022, we spent $10 billion on subsidy, and we spent $15 billion on forex subsidy also. So that is total like $25 billion of money that we did not even have, the money that we borrowed. So you can imagine now we continue borrowing, and I'm very sure by now, if we continue that subsidy, it may be the cost will have been triple by now. I'm very sure of that. The cost will have been triple. So for you to see anybody saying that the subsidy is not the best everywhere in the world, even in Saudi Arabia, the price, if I convert it, though that one is relative, yeah, but it's even more than what we pay for a pump price in Nigeria.
How much is a liter of petrol in Saudi?
It's about 2.3 riyal, and 1 riyal is about 410 naira. So calculate it.
So it's roughly around about just slightly more than Nigeria.
Yes.
No, well. You know, there's this YouTuber called African Tigress. She travels around the world and does all these contents like a travel really, and she spends a lot of time in Nigeria. She's from Kenya, I think. And then when she got to Nigeria, they were complaining about petrol, and she was saying, but look, man, that I travel around the world. This is probably one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest, because she travels on dollar. So she'll see dollarizes everything in and she was saying, look, you guys are getting this thing virtually for free. Petrol costing less than $1 a liter. Do you know how much? It's nearly £3 a liter here. Ask Kenny, it's nearly £3 a liter here. And then they're going to add
£3. That would be like 6,000 naira now.
Yes, imagine that. Imagine.
Actually, petrol has come down. It's about £1.40 something now per liter.
Oh, all right, but what's that? Is it 2,200? Yes. No,
and
no,
that is
it's at
it's
2,000
unlimited.
something to the pound now.
And that's
2,000
unlimited.
something, so it's about 4,000. Yeah.
Woman,
But if
that's
it's
unlimited.
diesel, it's about 2,700 thereabouts. You know.
Woman, let me ask you a question. When you see foreign bloggers coming to Nigeria, they tend to appreciate Nigerians better than the Nigerians. Why?
Well, that's just the nature of it. There was one guy that came. Maybe because the clip went viral. This guy came from Uganda to Nigeria, and he went to Lagos, and he went on this all this. He was apoplectic with excitement. He was just jumping from up. That wow! And then you know that some of that train, it goes over some scenic coastal something, and then through the train you'll be seeing the National Theatre. And he was saying that Lagos is outstandingly beautiful, but ask the average Nigerian, they say, look at they have just it's just even Solid that came here earlier. We were showing schools that was newly built. He was saying there's sand on the floor.
Forget
I
about
mean,
Solid mind is corrupt. He doesn't know where he stands.
it's unbelievable stuff, you know. So we have no appreciation of that country. You know that Nigeria is one of the most subsidized countries in the world. Do you know how much a bottle of Coca-Cola costs in Ghana? It's not 3 times what you pay in Nigeria. You know? Do you know what a university education costs in Ghana? You have to sell your house to go to school. It's unbelievable.
Woman, see, is the politicians and is what they put in their mind. And Nigeria people, see, don't tell me they don't know this, so they know all these things. It's not as if they don't know. But because all these while, they always live, we believe in a lie, Nigeria, they spoil them, so they think it's normal. You know what I mean? And Nigeria is going down the drain, they don't even see it. So that's the problem. But all these politicians, that's why we were talking about the subsidy, that all of them, they know the truth. But because they just want power, and they don't like they hate Nigeria, they don't like that country. You understand? In the UK, you cannot say Ken Badenoch say something the way Nigeria politician. Yesterday, article post something online. He said people are dying. When the statistics said the inflation is coming down, that's the day he came out to say, "Oh, Nigeria are dying. There's hunger everywhere." They are lying to people. People eyes are open. People know the truth. So, woman, all these things just online. If you go and meet I'll send you a video. They are asking people about electricity in every city in Lagos State, in Ibadan. They are confessing that light has improved tremendously. You understand? But go ask politicians, especially the obedience. They will tell you, there's no light for the past 5 days. There's this, there's that, there's that.
It's a bit like a Kenya, isn't it? When they are selling yam 500 anywhere else, they sell it to a Kenya for 5,000 naira. Yeah, that's the obedient narrative, isn't it?
One man, let me. There was one interview that Shehu Okimbaloye had with one guy on Noja from, I think he's from Kogi State, and he was asking him, Shehu Okimbaloye is the advocate of being power now, and Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are hungry. That's the guy team every time. That is what he doesn't have any other language again. The guy now asked him that, I heard you, that 2024, the price of rice was about 100,000, 120,000. Now it's about 60,000, 50,000. Even local I can get it for 50,000. That did you tell Nigerians about that? He was taking it one after one. That did you inform Nigerians? The guy was just looking dumb. You understand? We just like negativity. Nobody is saying that the country is rosy. But when things, I don't even understand our mentality as Nigerians. Woman, do you remember there was a time they had this severe flood in Kenya?
Yes.
Was it last year or 2 years ago? Look at the way Kaizorian, your friend, was actually talking about that thing. He was crying that day, seeking help for his people. He was not talking down on the government of Kenya. He was just soliciting, how they can get help for the people that are dealing with flood.
Simba, I've been spending a lot of time on TikTok over the last few weeks or so.
I see that.
And if you see some of those spaces, sometimes I go into fight them a little bit, but my God, man, if you are talking about grooming gangs, they do a lot of grooming there, and they function in clusters. So the Yorubas will be in this cluster propagandizing, the Igbos will be in this cluster propagandizing, the Hausa Fulanis will be in this then they're propagandizing. And if you go into any of those spaces and you try to say anything that deviates, it's like from the echo chamber, they will just slaughter you. You know, I've never seen anything like it. But let me play these two clips. One is for Kenny, and the other one is for you.
You know the political capacity of Bola Tinubu.
Not that one, this one.
But somewhere like in Convoluted, in my office, it has really improved. Constant electricity. Because they are band A, I presume. So that is it.
Actually, yes.
But somewhere like in Kurodu, like a K2, I don't think it has improved there.
On campus side, really the light we are using is better than before. Then we really enjoy the lights now rather than before. Let's say before we're having like let's say 4 hours, but now 24 hours.
For now, I can say that it's really improved because in my own area, like Jodibege where I stay, like 12 hours. We have light now like 12 hours every day, so which is very nice. For now, issue of lights, I can't recall it's the last time NEPA sees lights and it stayed up to 20 minutes. In my own area, I don't know about other places, but in my own area, I can say.
Actually, it has improved in my area because I live in Ikorodu, a Greek precisely. It has improved. Although we're in band B or so, at least we have, in fact, we have, at times we have light for 24 hours now. Albeit in 18, 20 hours every day. So it has improved.
Before, we don't used to enjoy lights, but now everything is fine. If we want to do something, at times I don't even charge my phone. So because I know there will be lights. So if I close from work now, go back home, there will be lights. So if there is no light line within 2.
So there it is. You don't hear that. What you hear is that the grid collapsed, there's no electricity, the road is bad, everybody is being shot and all of that. So that's what you hear. But the people that are actually living the experience, this is what they're telling us. And this one now for you, Simba.
Look at the hardship in the country. Look at the hardship in the country. Rising food prices, fuel price fluctuation, insecurity in some parts of the country, transportation costs and all of that. Do you believe the APC government is truly delivering on its renewed hope agenda?
Let's take that. I'll go this way. Mr. President has addressed this nation severally since he became president. And in any of his address, you can go back to them. He acknowledges that there are challenges. He acknowledges that there are pains. But he goes further to promise Nigerians that he is here to ensure that those pains, those challenges ease out with time. I give you an example. You talked about food prices. 2023, 2024. We started from 40,000 naira a bag of rice, local rice. It rose to 100,000 naira in 2024. If you go to the market today, and I'm talking today, September, you get it for 50,000 naira. But you're not talking about it. It goes for beans, a bag of beans, 50 kg. From 50 to 100, it's back at 50. But you are not telling Nigerians about it. If you go to a bag of gari, it started from 30, it rose to about 70, it's back at 40. You are not telling Nigerians. You talked about fuel. Once upon a time, fuel was above 1,000 naira, up to 1,200 and something. Today, it's below 900 naira. And I just heard before I came here that Dangote has crashed its price further to 820 in southern parts of Nigeria, about 850 in the northern part. So, if you agree with me, with more private refineries, and if our refineries truly come on stream, as this government would want them to come on stream, there'll be competition.
So that's the thing, isn't it? This guy told you that his policies will start to take effect when they start to compound. And the policies are now starting to compound, but these people are still holding on to historic situations. You notice that they don't talk about being Pami anymore because the anecdotes, the lived experience of Nigerians it doesn't lend to that anymore. Kenny?
Yeah, woman. Oh, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, the video you play. Actually, I didn't hear any of the audio. I couldn't hear anything, but because I've watched the first video I have it myself, I've watched it before. And like I always say, we all know the truth. We know these people are not. They're not. They're always lying to us that this is not happening. Things are happening in Nigeria. Woman, today when I get to work, I'll send you some series of videos about what this guy is even doing in the north. What's his name? Minister for the one I do mineral resources. The Lelake. You understand? The building they're building for lift lift node, or what they call
lithium.
it?
Lithium.
Yes, they are doing. They are two set of refinery that are building. Some of them is one of them is almost complete. So this guy is actually working, but you have these people, this set of people that they come on. They just, I don't know why they hate the guy so much. Even the TV, the TV station you are talking about, or Kimberly, the rest of them, because maybe the owner of those TV stations, they are PDP or they are this thing, they go against, like Simba said, Okibalo is always retreat every single time. People are hungry. Even when the food is coming down. As of yesterday, you still said the same thing. But it's not as if they don't know that food is coming down, inflation is coming down. And you expect, I always say to people that, pardon?
Inflation fell to 20-point-something% from 33% to 20-point-something% just today.
So, but they know that. They're not talking about that. But don't worry, woman. By the time we get to middle of next year, all of them, they will have nothing to talk about anymore. I'm telling you. They will have nothing to talk about because, Ashwaji is not someone that talk. You don't see anything. You keep quiet, and they are working. Most of these ministers that we believe they are not working, they actually their job because they don't want to be distracted. They focus on policies and governance of Nigeria. You know what I mean? That's why they're not talking right now. But when that come, you see all this video. People have it too. This video you show me now, you show us now. They have those video, and what they will tell you, they'll be paid. Ekele will come and say, no, it's a lie.
They've been paid. That seems to be their go-to. They've been paid, and then you're a tribal bigot. That seems to be the two things. You've been paid, and you're a tribal bigot. Even though, Kenny, this Lagos Calabar Super Highway, that Tinubu commissioned 30 kilometers of it. But do you know that the narrative is still at that 30 kilometers? But I'm monitoring that space because there's quite a few content creators that the whole of their content is wrapped around that road. That road is actually is about in excess of 200 kilometers now. So by the time they revisit that road again, it'll be impossible for them to carry on all this. They talk about insecurity. Reno Mokri, he drove from Kaduna all the way to Abuja and back, which was you couldn't do that under Buhari. You couldn't drive 2 miles without being kidnapped or shot. He drove alone without security. So it'll be impossible for them to carry on this narrative as we get closer and closer to 2027. When Nigerians are reporting, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, continue. I'll say what.
No. Yeah, I think you're about to say what I'm about to say. Anyway, when Nigerians are reporting all these those are that electricity cliffs. Those were everyday people on the street now. Everyday people. Yes.
Woman, if you go to Ibadan, few days ago now, me and some guys on TikTok, we are doing some projects which we are trying to expose a lot of shenanigans that are going on in Nigeria, why people are lying. We send money to some guys to make some video, and they are going from one market. It's about food, about the security and infrastructure in Nigeria and power. So they are going around, right, to interview those mama alata, mama where they sell tomato for street, not even the inside the market. Those local area they're asking them questions. If you see confession, what people are saying, you understand?
But Kenny, they will say that you stage it now. They will always have excuses for anything good. Let me give you, for example, when one man just finished talking about the insecurity now. Do you know what El-Rufai is propagating now? That no, okay, the seemingly improved security because they are paying them. You see, and even one man, the clip you play for Kenny, I was a living witness. The last time I went, this is my last vacation in Nigeria. I stayed, at least I spent like 2 weeks with my brother in Alakuko. Alakuko is not a highbrow area in Lagos. The minimum, they used to have like 22 hours of electricity every day. This is eyewitness. It's not as if it's a video that I watch. I was a living witness. 2 weeks. You can imagine Alakuko, not if you might not even know an area called Alakuko.
You don't now. You talk a lot. Let's talk about Ibadan. If you go to Ring Road, Challenge, yeah, light. If they take light now, as at last year when I was in Nigeria, they took light within 3, 4, 5 minutes. The light is bad.
The issue with light now, some areas they have local problem. They might be having issue with their transformer, maybe issue with, so those areas, there are some areas that are actually congested. Like maybe where Ekene is living, like Alaba and all those areas. They are congested area where lawlessness rage and people don't even pay. NEPA will not supply the area where they will not get their money. They will not supply them.
So the truth is eating them in their face now. The truth is eating them in their faces. See, Wama, you talk about the TikTok last time that, oh, they are doing this. See, the reason why you see a lot of people on TikTok now is because I don't want to talk about tribes, because what they did to Buhari, we will not allow that to happen to Tinubu. That's why everybody is coming out on TikTok to counter them. If you notice, a few years ago, they dominate the media space. Nobody's talking apart from them, the obedience. They are the one. They dominate your space, but now they are coming out. You're coming out in numbers on daily basis to tackle them. That's why if you go to that means they'll just yank you up straight away. They'll remove you if you say anything contrary to what they want to say, because we are not allowing them to go with their lives anymore. So don't worry. I know very sure that they have nothing to campaign with when it comes to 2027, and they will fail.
You know, I have to agree with you. What you said there, Kenny. A lot of the blame actually goes to the Buhari space. Under that Buhari space, you know, maybe it's because they are conservative and reserved in the north. So they will just say any and everything about this guy. They don't really care. If they get a bit fed up, they go and shoot them up a little bit. But in the main, they just didn't respond to it. And they ran away with that narrative to color and define that guys. Is Jubril Sudani, is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia, and all of this sort of excesses, to the point that when Obasanjo traveled abroad, somebody was jokingly asking him that is Buhari truly buried in a... Let me actually play you. Let me play you this. It's just about 30 seconds, but I play it usually at the beginning of the sessions if I can find it, which I can't now. So, yes, let me play you this.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
So that was what they did to Buhari all the way through. But like you said now, it's a different ball game, because I don't think the Southwesterners, they have the tolerance for that level of excess.
No, we don't. See, the reason why me too, I'm on TikTok, because sometimes when you're less busy, you are going around, you are listening to what they're saying. It turned my stomach that, listen, what are these? Why this person saying this? So even you yourself, you'll be eager to go out there and tell them the truth. But when you go there and they yank you off straight away, they don't want you to talk. You understand? That's why people are now open their own page and they are talking. So they miss their match. Now we've talked about the space from them now. So now they are not calling us another name. They call us they say these Okun people. You notice they're calling us Okun people now. They say we are Okun. Karo Ojire, Okun Ojire. You know that kind of Yoruba language in Idoke. That's what they're calling
You
us
know,
now. Because
Okon is the Yorubas in Kogina, the Kaba people.
yeah, we just Okwawe, you just said that as well. We just we say
Okay,
Okwawe.
okay.
It's not just Kaba. It's just Ekiti Ondo. That's our language. We say Okun. When you say Okwawe, that means where done my brother. That's the meaning.
But that's an improvement from some of the languages I've heard on that TikTok. I've been hearing your languages like Yoruba boons, which that's my favorite. That one really made me laugh when I heard
That
Yoruba
TikTok,
boons.
one man, that TikTok is very toxic.
Wait,
Very
it's
toxic.
the
People
most toxic.
say,
It's worse than Twitter.
and I think it's not regulated like YouTube and others. People
It is,
can say anything.
no, you can't. You can't say anything. TikTok will buy you if you say anything contrary to
But you see
their.
terrible things that people are saying on TikTok. It's terrible. It's terrible. And you know, people now they can
Maybe I'll take you.
even
Maybe I'll take you there tomorrow, Simba. I have a little page there. I don't do much on it, but maybe I'll take you there. We'll go and.
Woman, I've not seen you on my page before. Why? What happened? You never come to my page.
You know, I usually scroll through. I usually go to the Igbo spaces to fight. You know, in your space, I can't fight now. I mean, I like to go because we are all in agreement. But I usually like to go for a fight. So there's a guy called the boss. I usually go and fight him in his space.
That guy,
Yes.
that Igbo guy, that one, that one.
Yes.
He will tell you you're illiterate. If the one is telling you, I know you're not.
They don't know what to make of me, because I'm a very peculiar sort of a person, so they don't quite know. And then when I start to lift up the language a little bit, then they don't know how to respond.
The one you did last is I don't know where I did among those ladies. When you're telling them that when they say the men are bully, you say it's the only one way. And they yank you off, and I was laughing.
That place, I have to stop going there soon anyway because I don't want to get hooked too much on that TikTok thing.
It's very addictive.
Yes.
If you're not careful, you get very addicted to it.
Because it's just so easy to be flicking on the phone. Then you see one annoying conversation, you hop in there, you throw punches at them, and then you get out or you get kicked out, and then yeah.
One man, let me ask you, what is so special about that TikTok that commands a lot of?
I think it's the ease of you. I think it's the ease of use. It's so easy. You are just on your phone. You are flicking. I don't know. I don't even know. But yeah, I think it's the ease that it's easy to use. That's just
Yes, it's easy to use, and it accommodates a lot of people. Then some people are even doing it for money as well because they give to you, they do this, they do that. So, but on YouTube is not that easy. When you log on one YouTube, you have to come out before you can go to somewhere else. But TikTok is very simple. That's the reason why. So don't mind them.
The question I want to ask, so this is how we continue, depending whoever is ruling us, that's how we just be running down our country. You know what? Because why can't we separate our politicians or our leaders from our country? Is it so difficult?
We cannot.
Why, if you hate your leader, does that mean you should hate your country?
You know, Simba, I think a lot of... Go on, Kenny, I'll come after you. Go.
They sow the seed of hate in our minds already. You understand? Even the kids that they don't know what we went through in the past. You understand? That seed of hate is in them. They even have more energy to spread that news of hate more than we. You understand? That is the problem. And that's what you hear. That's what they say.
Kenny, you know why I'm asking these questions? Let me ask you.
Yes.
There was a time, the present leader in Egypt, Abdel Fattah, he was an ex-military man, and the guy has been ruling them since 2013 or so. He just won an election just last year again. And he has banished all the politicians. Even if you are not a voice of opposition, it's either you are in prison or you are out of the country. So, but if you see the Egyptian talking about him, they talk about him personally. They don't use that one to run their country. Because one of them, I asked him, I said, no, that the guy is just a human being. He will one day, whether he died or he was forcibly removed from it, he will leave the place. His country is his country. Why can't we have that kind of allegiance to our country also? If we say, okay, our politicians are not good, they have been running down that country. Yes, but Nigeria remain Nigeria.
But Simba, do they have the level of ethnic diversity in Egypt as we do in Nigeria?
No, they don't.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's it, isn't it? But you see all these things that is going on. It is my belief that after 2027, by April, it will all go away. All this ethnic whatever, it's all just that fight, that final push. You know, the last hope of Peter Obi, the last hope of Atiku Abubakar. Once the elections have come and gone, and they've done the cycle, Supreme Court, etc., then there is nothing else to fight over. So everybody knows where they stand, and then you start to see that language. What's there to attack Tinubu on again? You know it's going to be there for 4 years, so give it up. You know. So and then Atiku will fade away to Abu Dhabi. Peter Obi. I'm hoping that after the elections, Peter Obi will make a call to his people to just rally to revert back to the country. That would be what will make him a statesman, although I don't think he has that in him.
One man, you know, see, this thing you said is not true. You know why? There are some people now saying, regardless, after Tinubu finish, anybody that come on that took out the power, which you go attack the way they are attacking Tinubu. That's what I say now. Regardless whether Tinubu won in 2031, anybody that come out, whether it's Aboki or it's anybody else, which you go complain higher like this, you go on unless there's no social media anymore. If social media still in play, right? This thing will continue. It's not going to stop.
Kenny, I don't think we don't. The Yorubas, let me tell you, we don't have that. We are just the Yorubas are always reactionary. We don't. That thing is not in us. The people that we are talking about, they've always been like that right from the world go. They have always been like that. You understand? They've been so it's in the DNA. Yorubas don't have that kind of thing. We are always reactionary. So, what you are to counter what you are saying, it's not likely that if the person that comes in, even after Tinubu, is relatively doing well, the Yorubas will keep quiet.
Okay, we'll see. But what I'm hearing, that's what I'm saying. I mean, personally, that's what I'm going to do.
I'm not sure that I agree with you, Simba, that is in the DNA. I think Nnamdi Kanu actually radicalized that space a lot more than... If you look at pre-Nnamdi Kanu, yes, there was always elements of one thing or the other, but it wasn't anything that anybody really had any concerns about. But when Nnamdi Kanu radicalized that space, it just ignited this further.
One man, I usually like us to go back in the history. As far back as 1947, even the Governor General in Nigeria at that time was also complaining about this victim mentality that they have been preaching. 1947, one man. So what happened? Why are they feeling victimized since 1947? That was the remark the man made.
But I don't think because throughout my growing up years, I never identified any. My best friends were Chima and Emeka. We used to ride our bikes together. I'll ride to their house, they ride out, and then we ride round, and then we go home. There was never any real. You know, of course, they knew I was Yoruba, I knew they were Igbo, but who cared about any? I think it was. Sorry, BC, come in.
No. I was going to ask you, what do you think that changed? Because, like you, my first girlfriend in high school back in this was a girl called Linda from Imo. No, but that was just the way. Okay, I know we like Igbo women, but that's not the point. But when do you think there was this shift? Was it the P2P narrative, or it's always been there? Because it's
No,
never been this bad.
no, I think it's Nnamdi Kanu. I think the shift happened with Nnamdi Kanu. He radicalized them by my reckoning. You know, he sowed that seed and you know, he charged them up with his excessive rhetoric, and you know, everybody has a little bit of the devil in them now, but he brought it out of them, and then they can't seem to cap it off anymore. Where are you driving to, Kenya? Are you just making your way back home from work?
No, I'm just going to work.
Oh, okay. No rest for the weekend, Avi. Oga, Ojo Kulo me.
What can you do now? You have to learn living now.
So you are jostling two spaces, a proper a job and then music as well.
Yes, I have my own business, my contract.
Okay, that's brilliant.
Yeah, so but I have to
But one man did Simba and Kenny address the Oba of Lagos thing, I think. I never heard of their opinion on that.
What Oba of Lagos thing?
No, Obi of Lagos, sorry.
Oh yes, we discussed that. You know, it's in prison now.
Oh, thank God. Thank God, please. Thank God.
He was arrested. The guy that wanted to make himself the Obi of Lagos.
Yeah,
I don't know what he's
enough
thinking
of
anyway.
that.
I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what.
And somebody's telling me he has the right to under the banner of One Nigeria. I think this One Nigeria thing is led to so many. We are having problems with this. I think people forget that even though it is One Nigeria, there's still some restrictions that we need to put in forefront here when we discuss Nigeria. You can't just go anywhere and do anything anyhow.
But there's an argument to say that it was excessive, though. You know.
No, no. One man.
What stops him? It doesn't make him an Oba. If he disguises himself the Obi of Lagos,
that is not the point.
I don't see how that.
One man, listen to me. You're missing the point. The point I made the other time on your show is that there's a president. What is happening in Ghana and what people are complaining? This is the wrong time to do that. You don't want to be doing that right now. It does not help your cause. So even if you are for or against, it's not really my point I'm making. It's just the wrong timing. The timing is off. In this atmosphere that is very tense, you don't want to incite anything that is ethnic. That's the issue. So why do that now?
How many Obi of Yoruba you have in Igbo land? That makes sense like that.
You know, the southeastern monarchs have actually come out, I think today, to warn them not to be doing things like that anymore.
Thank you very much. I even heard one of them say that anybody outside the southeast is supposed to bear Oyendig but not Eze. You cannot use the word Eze if you're not within the space. That's what one of the elders said. I'm just quoting what he said. That if you're not within that space, you cannot use the word Eze or Obi. You have to be Oye something. So it's like no, but there's this. That's what I heard from one of the elders online. So
their elder needs to come out often. They need to come out more to condemn all this their rubbish they're doing all over the space. It's because the elders too. They're part of it. They're quiet. They don't say nothing.
But the elders are scared of them now. You know what? Do you remember Joe Igbokwe when he tried to come out and they banished him from Igbo land?
Imagine. That's the problem.
So Kenny, your boy was in Abeokuta today. I think Ogun determines who becomes president. Now you must come to Ogun to kiss the ring. Badibo, Obi, they were all in my hometown to see Obasanjo today. Did you see that news woman?
Obasanjo has no relevance anymore. I don't believe he has nothing. He has nothing to offer. They're just going there for photos
So why do people keep going? So why do people keep going to him then if he's not relevant?
Yeah, that's the cycle now. They go to Obasanjo, they go to Mina, then they'll see Buhari, and then they'll see Abdul Salam, and then take the photo. You know,
They will see
take
Buhari
the photo.
they will see Buhari again. Nobody here.
I beg your pardon, Babangida. Well, if they want to go and see Buhari, even better. A lot of people will want them to go and see Buhari anyway.
Oh my God, no good. Look, see all those things. His photo shoot that they good. Even that body boss is starting my stomach. I don't know. He's so full of himself. He go on TV talking rubbish. They asking me about this. He say he doesn't believe Lagos State is supposed to be for one person. Imagine. Obviously, you are saying Lagos State is no man's land. In other words, that's what he's saying. The guy just you contest for local government chairman, they reject you. You contest for House of Assembly, they reject you. You contest for maybe senator or whatever you contest for, they reject you. Now you now see the waves of Obi, because Obi was around at the time. You contest for state governor. You think the people like you? Who's going to vote for him? He's just a clown. I'm telling you, he's a stupid idiot. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do for his life. You think because he's a bony man, that is enough for him to be a Lagos State governor. But sometimes the guy he talk, he's very proud. In fact, sometimes when I watch him, I feel like pushing him from the TV.
Who's that? You mean GRV? GRV, you mean?
Yes, now. Yes. It's not bad about Chinedu. Ogbodi now.
So it's not delegating his culture anymore.
Go and verify. He has joined now. He has joined. He said he wants to learn Yoruba. He's talking about he's talking about this thing. He's forcing himself to be a Yoruba person. But you can't speak there. You can't speak a single day of Yoruba language. You know? You take the culture.
When he was contesting for the Senate, Kenny, do you know which name he used? Do you know which name he used? Yes. So that's how people do. Look, this is Rose Vivo's poster when he was contesting for the Senate 2019. He says, not too young to run. Vote architect Chinedu Gbadebo Rose Vivo, wearing the complete regalia of a Chinedu. So that's the guy is just it's a funny one. Who is he? He can't speak Yoruba. His name is Chinedu. He's saying Lagos is no man's land, and he wants to be governor of Lagos State. How is that possible?
In his passport, you cannot find Gbadebo in there. In his birth certificate, there's no Gbadebo in there. He just because he want to play along. He wants to have that Yorubaness in him, so that they will say Yoruba. He just give himself that Gbadebo. There's no Gbadebo in his name.
I disagree. Gbadebo is not of the school of thought that Lagos is a no man's land. Actually, it goes against that narrative. What he's for is even worse than that. He believes that there are other Yorubas in the southwest that have invaded Lagos. That is one of this indigenous stuff, which is technically not. So don't let me go there with the Liberian slavery thing, but let's leave that alone. So his own argument is that Lagos is not even owned or controlled by the so-called real Lagosians. The so-called narrative of no man's land is opposed to that. It's more of the indigenes of Lagos controlling Lagos. Now he wants the support of those that buy into the no man's land narrative. So he panders to them. But his own position, according to what I've heard and from him, is that indigenes of that it refers to the Yorubas and other Yorubas as invaders of Lagos.
Can you imagine?
That is the reason why I question his Yorubaness, one man, because he does not see himself as part of that. And that reminds me of what happened to Awolowo pre-independence. If you remember, sorry to say, but Baba might be listening to me. The islanders were opposed to Awolowo leading them because they felt like they were the superior Yorubas. But that's a conversation for Yorubas to have amongst themselves. If you have time, one man, I can send you one of those passages in the book I read recently, Pre-Independence Yoruba. They were opposed to Awolowo even wanting to become leader because they felt like he's from Ijebu. How can Ijebu be leading Yoruba people when we from that island, we are the intellectuals and the more successful Yoruba. So there's this class thing within Yoruba space from that part of Yoruba in Lagos that is still that is where it comes from, one man. So you need to understand his own perspective. It's very unique. By the way, so that's just to clarify, so you know his position there.
But BT, if we really want to, if we are talking about Yoruba-ness, if we really want to go down Rose Vivor's lineage, we might well even not only find him outside of Yoruba land, we might even well find him outside of Nigeria. If we want to go down his lineage.
So Rosifa is a Yoruba name. Is it a Yoruba name? Rosifa is a Yoruba name.
It's a returning name now. It's a returning name, like that D'Souza, that Rosa, all this. You know, is a returning name now.
You should go back to where you returned from.
Let him go and be the governor of Rio de Janeiro.
Even if I think even if he's from Liberia and the slavery thing, they would. I think his mom being from the east kind of made it worse for him. He didn't really manage that space well.
No, but Senator Adeleke, the governor of Osun State, his mom is from the east now. It's because he did not align with the Yoruba. He can't speak Yoruba.
But he's not campaigning but Adeleke was not pandering. He wasn't doing. My name is Shegun Shinedu Adeleke. He wasn't pandering.
No,
we just know. We know his mom is Igbo, but we know he didn't pander now.
You said my governor cannot speak Yoruba.
No. I was saying that his mother was an Igbo woman. So BT was saying that about Rose Vivor's mother. So I was saying it's not even a matter of the mother being Igbo. It's more that he doesn't want to associate with. It doesn't have Yoruba. It's not Yoruba enough. It doesn't have Yoruba.
But I'm saying during the campaign, if you didn't bring up that issue, nobody will have discussed it. If you say my name is Badebo Tinubu and my mom, nobody. He's the one making it an issue to Ghana vote. Like you look at what you have on the screen right now. There was no need for the Tinubu, but why did he do it? Because he wants Igbo votes. So he's doing it.
Because that was the constituency of that space. I think he was campaigning in a predominantly southeastern space.
So how is he working out now?
See, all this thing, I don't think the negotiator will not fall for him. And his plan, see, he even make it worse last week or this week. He went on the rise when he's saying Lagos. I don't believe Lagos belongs to anybody. You understand? You think people, Yoruba people or negotiation will fold their arms and vote for this kind of person that say want to dethrone above Lagos. You understand? If this guy win in Lagos State, in fact, we doom. The Igbo said they will march on.
You see that threat that the Oba of Lagos said that will throw them into the. They will go and throw him into the lagoon. They will go and throw him into the lagoon.
See, he will give them the leeway. Give them he will take the Lagos State belong to Igbo people. This guy.
And Kenny, by the way, let me just add real quick. If he becomes governor, then Obi of Lagos will become official. Then he will give him type of office because he has the power to do so.
100%.
There you go.
Let me show you what will happen if he becomes governor. Watch this.
Fight with the last blood. It's better you people rise, stop this here nonsense. Igbos who live in Lagos, open your eyes. Don't sleep with your two eyes. And when somebody push back. You people should come together now. When they are shouting Igbos must go. Plan how you defend yourself. Plan how you defend your property. Plan how you throw them inside lagoon. First of all, when he started, go straight to Oba, throw him inside the lagoon. Burn down Lagos.
So there it is right there. The Oba will be the first to go in the lagoon when we have a governor, Gbadebo.
Woman, I couldn't hear the audio. I couldn't hear nothing.
It's probably as you imagined it to be. Let me see if you can hear this one. Oh no, that wasn't the one. No, it was some guy just making those exact same threats that throw them into the lagoon and whatnot.
I've seen the video. It's just they just need to study. They need to stop. We just need to see, we need to show love to each other. Honestly, this hate is getting tiring, to be honest with you, because even my son, because woman, anytime, sometimes my son, when I go home, he will be playing your video, because anything I do now is doing the same thing. And he's telling me, Daddy, I don't like the Igbo people. I said, don't say that too.
No, that shouldn't be encouraged, though. Because it should stop with our generation. All this sort of, it should stop.
But this kid, they have access to internet more than us. They listen to a lot of things. When they're in their rooms, do you know what they listen to? They'll be on YouTube. They'll be on this. They'll be on that. You know what I mean? When they say, I said, please stop it. Don't say that. I said that they're lovely people. I tried to change his mind, but I don't know what he's listening to. I don't know what you understand. So that's why we just need to stop all this internet. They make it worse. Internet make it worse.
I think maybe we can help that space as well somewhat with the choice of language that we use, because we have to be able to distinguish between I think there are, for me, there are three sects. There are three factions, three divides in the Southeast, maybe even all over the country. But using the Southeast as an example, we have the Ipobians. That's the far right extreme. So, and then we have the Obedience as well, which is an intermix between that Ipobians and everyday people that are somewhat radicalized. But then the majority are just everyday people that don't really care either way. But they cannot speak out because they'll get overrun. So maybe we should just be calling them Obedience rather than calling them,
You see, those ones that are bad, their force is louder than those ones. And the one that are good, they are not even speaking out at all. That is the problem. Okay, look at that. The boss. You always go to his platform on this. That guy, he's been on internet for more than 2 years. Because
he told me he's been there for 7 years. That he's fighting. I didn't even know TikTok was 7 years. He told me he's been there for 7 years.
TikTok is not even 7 years old. He's just talking rubbish. You understand? But people know his face. People know him because he's one of those first people that started on that TikTok. You understand? And he continued the narrative. He continued. And when something you hear on a daily basis, before you know, you will stick in your head. You understand? And if you flick, those days, do all the 8 years of Buhari, they're the one on internet. You flick, you get here, they're the one. You go on YouTube, they're the one. You even have some Yoruba supporting them as well. Like that one in Scotland. That be calling you say Chief Tinubu, Chief all those people. So those are the people.
Is that are you talking about Mayegun?
Mayegun, yes.
Oh no, that guy is that one is a businessman now. Or now, you know.
Yeah, woman, regardless of
that one's a businessman.
You know, that guy found a way to blame APC for the Obi of Lagos. That they were the one that planned this. That to make them look, to make the Southeast look bad in Lagos.
He may even say that it's not an
equal. It's ridiculous, man.
Yes, but BT,
I cannot listen to that guy. You know, I don't know why. I listen to Edo Watch. I listen to Rudolph. I listen to even this guy, the boss. I listen to Anye Anambra. So I listen to a variety of. But that particular Mayegun guy, I just can't understand.
Do you know what happened? Because he's lost his way. The Mayegun before he was very interesting. But you see, the panding and to watching it. Money thing is spending more hours online now. It's always online now. It's wallet now. People get tired of the same narrative now. At some point, people just move on.
He came up with the coinage Tinubu. Olo fún wọn lédè yẹn now. Tinubu.
Atiku and gbogbo nonsense.
I think that's what they go there for, and then they start throwing money at him, and then he will,
But see, let him turn around for once. Let him say something against them for 1 second. You see, they turn against him.
They will slaughter him now. They will slaughter him.
And
I say he could not even talk about the Lagos because it's like maybe APC is the one that planned this money. What really? Is that bad for him now? I think what happened to him was, Nnamdi Kanu endorsed him, one man. Do you remember?
I don't remember. Like I said, I don't pay attention to him much.
So there was a point where it was Yoruba Nation back and forth and across Nigeria where it was happening that then Nnamdi Kanu then announced so that his people should be watching beside him. He now announced Ekpa and Mayogun. When Ekpa was coming up, Nnamdi Kanu said he trusts that people should go and listen to him and also listen to Mayogun. So since that time that Nnamdi Kanu kind of endorsed him, he just switched to that side. If Kenny remembers, if you remember that time where he was endorsed by him, yeah. So he started getting people from the east, started getting new different audience, and it kind of blew up. So he went the other way. So
yeah, because they've listened to him, they know he's the only one they can use among the Yoruba people because he's a Yoruba person, and they want something of that ethnic stock that can speak their own language, that can tell Yoruba people, what
let me. Oman, do you remember when Nnamdi Kanu met Showore? And they had this online meeting.
I remember, and it was Rudolph that coordinated that. If I remember,
that was when he endorsed Mayogun. That his people should listen to Mayogun. That it's a very fair Nigerian, blah blah blah. So he went left from there.
So
it's a very fair Nigeria. No, imagine that. At the time, people in my face, manipulate me.
So we can't stop. All this thing has come to stay unless I don't know how they're going to change the narrative to say, okay, we are one Nigeria, we love each other. I don't see it.
I don't think the energy will be there anymore after the elections.
That's not true, woman.
What's not true?
The energy will still be there.
Yeah, but it'll be boiled down now because there's no champion anymore. They are all rallying around the Obi possibility now. If it's no longer there, then there will be no focal
somebody
point.
Else will come up, woman. Somebody else.
Yeah, but that person will just be along the Nnamdi Kanu. So it will boil down to what it originally was. They won't have the national presence anymore now. They won't, and nobody will even pay attention. I mean, you will not be fighting them anymore because they won't be relevant to you. So you're
fighting them now.
No, yeah, people like Kenya are fighting them now. We are somewhat fighting them as well. The obedient narrative.
I'm fighting them.
Something about Biafra is not something that is in anybody. That's what I would let you people know. It's not what is like. The only thing Nnamdi Kanu was a rude, arrogant, ignorant, disrespectful idiot. That's why it went so violent. For those of them, not to talk of Joko, for those of them who carry it like more soap, is something that all they need is for someone to start it again. It's not something that you take in Nandekari, you take in Joko, you take Wazurike, it ends. No. It's I don't know how to explain it to anybody who is not an Igbo person. Because as long as somebody stand up, the only thing that can stop it is if it is taken from the Congress. That's the only thing that can stop it. Like this kind of thing United States used to do. when you do too many gra as a group, then label you terrorists. Then anybody who sponsors you, anybody who does anything to you becomes a target. Unless they want to do it that way from the Congress. But otherwise, if it's it will continue springing up.
I think the only thing that will stop it is a referendum. I think give them that referendum once and for all, and because I don't believe that the majority want it. You know, so
Woman,
you don't know
can you define? Sorry, yeah, sorry, apologize. Sorry. So when you say referendum, are we talking about the 5 states or those that are in other parts of outside of the Southeast that are also Igbo? So what defines the new map of Biafra if you're going to allow this idea of referendum, woman?
Yeah, that will be where it falls apart anyway, because
no, it won't. It won't.
well, the question BT is asking Zita, if you decide to give that referendum, and then they will argue back that the referendum cannot be restricted to the 5 states because the Igbos expand beyond those 5 states. And then when they want to make incursions into where they feel the Igbos are, and then we go back to then, is the Kwere Igbo or not? And then it will get stuck in that funk.
No, the thing is that if you really want to make it a case for them to lose, you start by drawing the map first. Before you do a referendum, you just don't do a referendum in the air. You should know what you are doing referendum for.
But AI question, sorry, AI. But for you to even draw the map for people that are not within the southeast, that in itself requires a referendum because they have to then vote to either stay or not stay with them. So you have to, regardless of how you define it, those people still have to determine. It's about something. I mean, if I live in Kogi and I say I'm Igbo, I'm not Igbo, or I'm in Anyoma, they still need referendum to even join the bigger Biafra cause.
Look, first of all, what you will ask is, where is Biafra? That is the first argument first. You have to establish a fact now before you start asking for referendum. That's what I'm saying. Forget about people in Anyoma or people who are Ikwere or people. No, let the people that are asking for Biafra, they should show the map. And then if they put the map outside of the 5 states, they have to get the other people they put in the map to agree before the referendum.
No, that's what BT is saying, Zita.
Because you can't just
it's saying there has to be smaller referendums before the bigger ones. So you have to go and do referendums in all of those spaces that sweep beyond the 5 states to ask them if they are part of that movement or not.
Exactly, yeah. One man.
And they must put a those state too.
Are you inviting one piece to come in?
No, because the kind of mayhem they wanted to put between you see, sometimes when I come here to talk, people think I'm just running my mouth and saying my opinion and walking away. Most of the things is some of the discussions I have with some people. What Edo people did in 2023, I didn't know what they want to achieve. Imagine an Edo people telling me that I should support P2B, otherwise they will be killing us in Lagos. I mean, I don't understand that, but they said it on several occasions. And when I stood my ground, some of them stopped talking to me. So if Edo people like P2B like that, and they believe in the Biafran cause, and they believe that Igbos are being killed in Lagos, they should join us. Honestly, sincerely speaking, they should join us. Edo, Delta, the whole of Rivers and Bayelsa, they should be the only people that will not. In fact, the whole of South should be Biafra and the Middle Belt.
Middle Belt, Kogi, Plateau, all this.
Yes, Benue. That's the map that drawing. So when you see the map, you will know that it's a yo-yo cocoa
So
mission.
it's an impossible wish then.
Yeah, it's a yo-yo cocoa mission. But whatever be the case, even if River State and Delta State will not join us, you see that Edo State, they must lift it and join them with the Igbos. Honestly, sincerely speaking, understand my
If they
point.
have that referendum, which way do you think it'll go, Zita?
Excuse me, if they remove all those places and do referendum in the 5 eastern states, the referendum will pass.
You think the majority wants it?
Woman, what is the
Let me
legal
tell you how
cutoff
it works.
for approval? Is this 60% or 7%?
Let's just, for the purposes of the argument, say 50%.
Let me tell you,
50.
woman. I don't know who in Igbo land the viciousness of the support most women are getting now for buying their fellow woman for their opinion. I don't think anybody in Igbo land, otherwise you won't be in Igbo land, you better leave. I don't think anybody in Igbo land will sit in Igbo land and vote against it. He won't survive it. Because we are in a world today that people celebrate. They have to force you to be in the opinion they want you to be. Otherwise, they've never born you now in Igbo land that doing referendum for Biafra. You won't vote for Biafra. You decrease. The only thing you will do is you won't turn up. Just leave the environment. When they finish their madness, you can come back. But if you're in that area when they are doing that referendum, you must vote for it too. You must.
Can they allow online voting?
Huh?
Maybe they should allow online voting then.
Well, even the online voting now, you don't know how they claim. I'll make a shut up my mouth.
You know, Zita, I don't agree with you that if they have a referendum, even in the 5 eastern states, that that it will pass. Because if they have that referendum, then both sides will have to explain fully then what the result of that referendum would mean. And that would mean then that will be constricted within that 5 states, and they have to travel internationally to travel outside of those 5 eastern states.
Lesotho, one man.
Let me explain something to you. You know, when Igbos claim that they are the Jews, they might not be, but they have their antecedent. You see this explanation you are talking about. When the Igbos want to do something, sometimes they behave like the Jews. They don't need that your explanation. Let's do it first. Then you will explain later. The important thing for them that time will be to... But first of all, woman, the question you will be asking yourself, those 80% of these people that have gone haywire in their quest for Biafra, the question you will ask, more especially the young ones, do they know the consequences of the separation? Most of them don't know.
That's what I'm saying, that in the debate of the referendum, then they will be presented with a stark choice and an understanding of the consequences of making those choices.
No, it won't be necessary. It won't be necessary. Listen, I don't think Nigeria need a president who will come, or an administrator who will come and say, you go this. The only thing is that if there is something lacking in people, the best way to do it is to put in that thing back. Period. You find a way and put that thing back. But if you think you can tell the Igbos, or Igbos do referendum, you tell them to go, because as I said before, if you are using a referendum to tell them to go, I tell you the referendum will pass. Then you wouldn't have any excuse again. And if they go, Rivers man will want to go. Before you know it, Nigeria can separate into all the ethnic groups. So is that what the world want to see? Who's going to support that? I don't think that is actually the issue.
I think we from the West will be glad that finally we'll be done. So I think we in the West will not complain if that ever happens. So
That's true actually, because a referendum on Biafra is actually a referendum on Nigeria. You know, because if we go strictly with these 5 southeastern states, they are right there in the middle of Nigeria. So we are not going to have like especially with other
what man,
regions
like
also.
discussing the East. If you give your back referendum, you get 100%.
Yeah, well, that's it now. You know, if the Igbos can break loose, then the Yorubas will certainly break loose as well. You know, and then the Northerners can go and battle it out amongst themselves. So that would be a referendum on Nigeria, essentially, wouldn't it?
But the question is, I mean, to your point earlier, the smaller referendums, I think those that are not within the six southwestern states will easily fall in line, even to the security side of Delta. I don't think we will have that many difficulty bringing people into what you would term like Yoruba nation then. So it will not be difficult. The Middle Belt, one thing I cannot speak to that. It's a very diverse group. I was even listening to a professor talk about the Nok culture and history. It's very fascinating one, man. Have you heard about the Nok people?
Yes, they're from the north, and the NOK, the Nok, yeah.
My goodness, you think your vibe is rich?
They have one of the most, in terms of archaeological artifacts. I think they have some of the oldest backdating artifacts found in Nigeria.
Yeah,
in terms of, yeah.
They were melting steel even before the Europeans were, according to archaeologists from Europe, not even African saying So they have a very rich history. So I don't know, what would you call them? Middle belt. I mean, it's a very diverse space. So I've the clamor from the middle belt has always been about security, not about getting their own country. If I'm right, one man. I've never heard anybody say, "Oh, we want a middle belt country or nation."
No, because there's someone. You know, the cleanest break would actually be a Yoruba nation, because in naturally forms. I think the only contention would be. I don't even think Kwara State would be a contention. Maybe
let me
yeah.
one man. Let me be honest with you. If Yoruba wants to break up, in fact, we'll be denying applications to even join Yoruba nation. We'll be denying applications. Yoruba. Sorry. I think the demand to want to join Yoruba nation from other parts of Nigeria would be a lot.
People are really feeling cool with yourselves.
No. It's
no. Just in terms of the geographical location, as it
Some people are feeling very cool with yourself.
Okay, who do you think? Okay, go
on. One man. You see, when it comes to break up, that is when you will know that plenty wahala dey. It is not how you see it. That's why in recent times, countries that divided, more especially in Africa, it didn't solve their problem. It never does anyway. In recent times. Because you are looking at the map, you say, oh, Yoruba is by the water. You forget that ocean for years now was built with Nigerian money and Nigerian taxpayers' money. And all of a sudden, because it's now in your land, you want to separate, you collect them. It doesn't work like that.
How do you collect? How do you collect what you already have? That's a very strong argument.
That's why after separation,
do you see why your point earlier was valid? This so-called Biafra thing is just a bluff. Nobody's going anywhere.
It's always been a bluff. The most Nigerian of Nigerians is actually the Southeasterners, because they are. I would not be. I could not even imagine myself even flying through the air in Katsina State. Never mind wanting. What would somebody like me go to do in Yobe? can you imagine? I can't imagine you, BT in Yobe, Kilonjebe, Gombe.
No,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I have everything I need in my own region. I don't have to go
Yes,
anywhere.
I can imagine
Um,
you in China before I can imagine you in Gombe. But the average Southeasterner, he has no problems with that. He'll go there, blend in, settle down, and profit.
They're
There is,
actually more
yeah.
Nigerian than any other
Yeah,
Nigerian.
that's what I'm saying now. They are more Nigerian than any other Nigerian.
They're the ones
why?
Apart from the northerners selling suya, which northerners are in the southwest apart from Misuya?
Woman, here's my question: if we are that spread out as a people in other countries, if you are that spread out, that should be a leverage for you in the political space because you're exposed to other cultures. You should understand that better. So why come they've not been able to leverage that exposure in the political setting?
Because they are not open to those places they go. Do you understand? Yeah, they are not they are just there to profit. They are not they don't go in to be part of those people. You get what I'm saying?
So they're
They
there
don't
in isolation, like
they
just
don't
they don't
deserve. Let
really.
me tell you, for example, me now, I'm an Edo boy. I'm dissolved into Abeokuta.
You're a Biafran
If not
now,
for my
according to Zeta, you're a Biafran now, but carry
if
on.
not for my last name, I can take up political office in Edo. I have one of my friend who's from is it Odo or Delta?
In
He
Abeokuta, you
took her.
mean? You can take up office in Abeokuta.
Yes, even with this my last name, if I had pushed for it, I would have
And
gotten it.
we will gladly accept Pato as one of us. That's
I know
just
one guy. I know a guy in Delta from I think it's from Delta. That boy got an appointment under OGD. You understand? So because as an Edo boy, you are open to that space. You are already dissolved. You are absorbed. The system have mixed up with you. You have mixed up with the system. But with my brother from Southeast, it is not always like that. We have a few that are like that. So that's why it's not a leverage.
Oh man, I hear
for
say when
them.
I do demonstration.
You mean in the UK? Even Elon Musk keep funding now to encourage them. He says it was violence in the UK. That's what he was telling the demonstrators. It's the right wing. It's the right wing.
I told you, look at him. They're showing him now.
Is it Elon Musk speaking to Tommy Robinson?
Yeah. But I said something here. I said, no, wake them. You said it's a white boy that shoot a white boy. So what is a black man's share?
No,
I laugh in Spanish.
But that narrative it predates Charlie Kirk actually. There's been a violent right swing globally for the last 3 years thereabout, and it's been this thing that's going on now. It just needs a trigger point, and I think it's going to be. There's going to. I'm not sure where the world is because if you look in Qatar now, or the population are up in arms protesting. They want action. Yeah,
Which action with who?
the Iranians are they're still
action with who now?
Whoever attacked them now.
See, one man, let me tell you. If those people they know what is good for them, see all those beautiful glass houses and all those beautiful things they build there. Make they cuckoo those they are clean places that building modern things.
Did you know that
I tell you,
the crown prince of Saudi, he also came out and demanded action.
Okay, one man, let me finish what I'm saying. I talk a lot of rubbish. Now advice. So you see all those they are beautiful structure, tallest building in where this one here, glass house there, all those they are beautiful. I know you've been to Qatar. I know what I'm talking about, and I know you've been to Saudi Arabia. Maybe according to the Saudi prince, he said years ago that they don't want those counts in their country. Actually, they don't need those counts in their country. But if you are talking about actions, may they enjoy their thing, because those things will come down. Trust me. I talk my own finish. It's a bit talk rubbish.
If
they want action, may they get action, they go get them more. I don't talk finish. Because those people,
you may be surprised. They are not going to confront them militarily, but they can
anyhow,
convert them into.
no
But
wahala.
Saudi,
you
One man,
One man, let
one
me
man,
say
sorry.
this.
one man.
Can I,
I'm lost. To
Let
what's
me
going
say
on
Saudi,
here?
something
one
before I
I
man,
don't know
forget it.
one
what
man,
Let
happened
me
in the
say
UK.
this. One man.
one man.
yes.
Do you
When people
remember?
speak, it's good you listen to them. From that day, 7th of October 2023, those people came out and said, wherever they are on earth, that's the word they use, they are dead men walking. They will look for
So
them, fish them out, and buy them. That's the word they
what
use.
is
So they can go around
AI?
bombing everybody's
AI?
country.
Anywhere they are, that's what they
Forget
do.
AI.
anywhere they
Hold
are
on,
now.
can
They
we?
can't.
Can we?
Yeah.
Can we? Who put their leaders in Qatar? The U.S. government under Obama. So I don't know this anywhere they are. You are the one that put them somewhere to negotiate on here because they can't stay. You don't let them go
I
to
don't
Iran.
know. I
Let me
don't
finish,
know.
please.
But
You
let
you
me
hold
say
on
this.
now. Hold on, please. You don't want them going to Iran. So Barack Obama made a deal for Hamas leaders to go and stay in the country where they can talk to the West. You then blow them up there and telling me you get anywhere you go. So you can go anywhere and value their sovereignty, and we should be okay with that.
So Obama was president after 27th October 2023.
So you think the US is Nigeria? Where you
No,
can
I
just
asked you a
got
simple
the constitution.
question. Now you said it's an
The
agreement with
US, the
Obama,
US
and
gov
I
no, the
asked you a
US
simple
gov no no.
question.
Excuse me. The Obama was working as the head of the US government. The US doesn't work like Nigeria, where you say I made a deal with OBJ or Buhari. You make a deal with the US government, we get it of who is there. That's how I will work in this country. So I'm saying,
Babati.
so this I know. My thing is, you go to Tunisia and bomb them there. You go to Egypt, you go to 7 countries, and nobody should complain when there is a list, and we should be cool with that. What kind of world are we
Babati.
living into?
Babati,
Yeah.
should I ask you? Should I tell you something? Now, the
No,
way
go
all
ahead and
these
tell me what's
other Arab countries, the way all these Arab countries are.
Sorry, Patoski. Patoski, you'll have to shut it down. I can barely
No, I'm going.
anymore.
No, I'm
Oh,
already in
all
bed.
right. Oh, all right. Okay.
It's
But maybe
11.
maybe
Yeah.
I'll take it to the back then. Okay, carry on. Maybe I'll take it to the back in about
Yeah.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. But you know the way Saudi and the rest are speaking. You think they are speaking the truth? Saudi recently just blocked a Yemen Houthi missiles targeting Israel. Saudi just intercepted it
No,
recently.
I'm not against that. I think you missed my point. I'm not
You understand?
against people
So
self-defense.
Saudi, all the noise Saudi is making, they are just pretending. All of them don't
No,
want
I am not
Hamas.
saying that. No. Listen to me. I'm not saying that they do or they don't. I'm making. I'm saying that if you look at the deal, the U.S. government, even Trump said it. He said they are our ally. We had no hand in what Israel did in that country. Even he
And
And
was
you
Israel
not
believe
okay
told you
with
they
it.
took
and you believe
responsibility.
that
So what are you gonna do?
No,
and you
I know they're the
believe
one
that.
funding it. No, it's like double speech. Is talking from. I get that,
Now.
but I'm saying for the rest of the world, don't sell me on this idea that you have the right to valid disobedience of countries. That's the issue I have.
I know
You
that
cannot
Saudi
violate
do.
countries.
I
No,
know
you
Saudi.
cannot violate countries' sovereignty, even if I call you my ally. So, what is the value
I
of
know
being a U.S.
Saudi is
ally
double
then?
speaking. I know Saudi is double speaking too.
Like everybody does, right?
Yeah, because they don't want
You come to my
Hamas there.
country, you take my
They don't want
citizen, you
Hamas
go
there.
to
They don't
another
want
country, I say
Iran
I
That
there.
is
have
the reason
right.
why.
You
That
have
is
a
the reason why.
sovereignty.
That is the reason why the U.S. government kept their leaders in Qatar for that reason to negotiate. That's the reason why
Don't
they are there.
understand what you're saying, no.
Who
Honestly,
told you that
I'm
Qatar is not even
confused at what you're saying.
accomplished?
No, and just take time to study it because they didn't want their leaders going to stay in Iran. If we keep them in this country, if we need to make a deal with them, then we have a better space to make a deal with them. That was the whole point. Why go and disrupt
Okay.
negotiations?
Is it to
So,
Niger that is speaking?
oh my God, why do you always call
Babati.
me that? For
No,
God's sake, I
Babati.
mean,
Sorry, I'm sorry, Babati.
okay,
See,
Babati, good
you know,
night.
say
Yeah.
before I speak on any issue,
okay,
Yeah, I'm
come
going.
on, go.
I study and well. Do you, Babati, don't come out. One man. What's going on now? One man. Is it me? Hello? Hello? I say no, me too.